Welcome to the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 9. I am JRT, joined once more by Exner, and we have an exciting day of coverage here for you guys. Cole, how you feeling about today?
Looking forward to it here. We're back with some more action here at the PrizePicks NA Revival Series. Definitely looking forward to seeing how things shape up. We've got, interestingly enough, kind of some newer faces here to the Revival Series. So we get to see some of the new guard come in here alongside some familiar faces as well. So looking forward to it.
Yeah, I think there's just a lot of events going on right now, so teams are prioritizing across the board as to what's going to give them their best chance at making the major, and totally understand that. But there are points to be won here at the PrizePicks NA Revival Series for your VRS. Anyway, let's jump into the bracket and see what's going to be coming at you today or throughout this first quarterfinal. And we have Lag versus Boss, which will be our first matchup that we'll be covering. Wildcard and Barry Picker. I believe that's going to be on another stream. And then we'll be on to In Control, getting info. And after that, Marsborn. And I don't know that logo. So I'll have to...
Fisher
Oh,
College,
yes,
yeah.
yes. How could I not know that? Of course it's Fisher College. How are you feeling about these matches?
Well, I mean, most importantly here, I'm seeing that Wiz is back in the server here again, which I haven't seen him in a little while. So, really
Yeah,
looking
that's
forward to
right.
that on the Berry Pickers squad. So, looking forward to that. Also, the Fisher College squad versus Marsborn. I think they played this year, and it was
They may
kind of
have, yeah.
surprising upset. Yeah, Fisher College beat them in one of the qualifiers there, the Bucharest qualifiers.
Yeah,
So, back-to-back 13-7s, that's not maybe as one-sided as some might think there. That Fisher College squad has a lot of firepower on it.
I'm excited to see Wildcard with Fuzi back. I think we already may have talked about it previously, but I was kind of calling for him to come back to this roster. It may have been forced because Sonic joins up with NRG, which I think is a big upgrade for NRG. They're getting better, and Wildcard are getting better. So I kind of like everything that's happening in that regard. And I also heard some good news from Wildcard, from Stanislaw in particular, saying that the organization is now letting them run the show again. They're trusting the coach and himself to take care of business, which is just all around great news for North America. Anyway, let's jump into the PrizePicks analyst segment here for Lag versus Boss. And we're going to start with Lag. I mean, if you look at the players, there are some familiar names. Consti, DJ have been around, Wolf as well. Overall, it's a team that can be competitive, with ECL caliber teams.
Yeah, I'm really impressed to see DJ still, kicking here and
Yeah.
still fighting in terms of the, kind of, lower level teams here, but still being able to do a lot for these rosters. I really like what he's been able to do. Spent a long time on Might after, leaving out in the high echelons of ECL level rosters. And so now it's good to see him continue to try and bring in some not necessarily new talent, but play with some more players and more individuals. I think that's a really cool story for that DJ. Is still putting up and fighting here in the space, and so that's always fun to watch there. Of course, though, for me, biggest and most explosive player on this squad is going to be Wolf. He's going to be able to put up the numbers. He's going to be able to draw in the attention, right? I think he's a guy that can immediately set the tone for this squad and try and actually put up a lot of resistance up against this very formidable boss roster that I have liked to see quite a bit. I think for me, Wolf is going to be that most active player on the squad.
No, I agree with you. I think Wolf has always been a very talented player, regardless of the team he's been on. Sometimes the fit hasn't been there for him. I think it was the case on, was it Blue Jays? I think he got cut.
Yeah, Blue Jays.
Yeah, Blue
Yeah,
Jays when he got cut from, which was a surprise at the time. That's when Snav was back there, who's now, playing over on Boss, or not Boss.
getting
Where's
info.
Snav? Getting info. There we go. Thank you, Cole. He's jumped around a lot. He was on Boss at one point.
Yeah, it's hard to keep track.
Yeah, they're all jumping around everywhere. But either way, I think that Wolf has always been a very, very talented player, and I think he deserves the highlight here as one that will, I would say, likely do well, assuming that the rest of his squad can keep up with Boss. And then there's Consti, who's always been a solid player as well, across multiple teams at the ECL level. So I think that he's definitely one to watch out for as well. Let's switch over to Boss now and talk about this squad. Ben Lee joined up with the roster, I believe, during our last NA Revival series. It was his first game playing with this squad, so that was really cool to see how he fit in. I already felt like his impact was there for this squad. In terms of his fragging potential, 24.5 kind of low, maybe, because Ben can pop off, especially on anti-eco rounds, and when there's opportunities for him to get entries. So for me, that would be one as like a wild card to keep an eye on. And then after that, you always look towards Fruit Cup. I think this is a player that this team is built around. He's got a 1.26 rating on the team, which is far and above the best one, and always has been that talent that Boss have been trying to nurture.
Yeah, I think what's so good about Fruit Cup as well is he definitely is able to perform up against teams like Lag. His performance carries forward up against
Yeah.
the best, rosters in ECL. So no matter who he's going up against, he's going to be able to put out those numbers. He's going to be able to find that impact here, and so that's what he's going to look to do here out of the gates. I think that's something to lean on here for this squad. It is Fruit Cup if they want to really elevate this roster into the next level. Obviously, they have to continue to set him up, and I think that's so cool. Alongside it, I think another piece that has been rising to the occasion, Slight, who has been pretty consistent for this roster and is opping, definitely
Yeah.
taking a step above, and I guess more so in particular finding consistency.
Yes, I agree. I think since Ben joined the roster, Slate has really thrived. I think that is correlated pretty much 100%. So we'll see if that continues, of course, because his ups and downs have honestly determined a lot of the success for this roster in past times. Anyway, let's see how it goes into the veto. Mirage and Nuke banned, Inferno picked by Lag, Ancient picked by Boss, and Train as the decider. I think no matter which way you slice it, it's probably going to favor Boss throughout this BO3.
Yeah, they're gonna be happy here. I mean, they get that map pick out of the gates here. I think Ancient for them is a map that they have taken a little bit of time to get Fruit Cup more comfortable on, and honestly, I feel like has been a big challenge for an IGL like Binley in the past. But when you talk about a little bit more of the committee that you have behind this roster, there is going to be some more influence coming through here. I think you can combine what Boss have previously been able to work on with the new ideas that Bentley brings into this team, and so maybe that's going to be long term. Really good fielding for them to find themselves on. Inferno out of the gates, though, for me. Also, I think a very good map here for the Lag to try and lift themselves up onto. They've been putting in the reps. They've been challenging some very strong rosters in the past there, including close victories up against Wildcard. That roster was a little bit in turmoil during that time, but still a impressive victory there for them. So definitely think this is a team that can stir up some commotion with this opening map.
No, absolutely. And I mean, I don't know if you already mentioned it, but they played Boss and lost 10-13. But as we kind of alluded to, they've been competitive at this level. So I think on Inferno in particular, it's their chance to make that noise. Ancient may be a little more difficult for Lag, so I feel like a win condition for them here in this BO3 is to take their pick of Inferno. Otherwise, they're going to be in a little bit of trouble. And even if you look on the other side, Boss are no slouches on Inferno. They've won 5 of their last 7, 5-2 record, 4 wins in a row against Aether and Control, Lag, and Take Flight. But let's jump right into the action here on Inferno. Lag versus Boss. As Boss are no strangers to the NA Revival series, but Lag have not been here as much. As we were kind of alluding to, there's a lot of teams that will have their chance in the spotlight right now.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of a cool opportunity here for Revival Cups. It's usually always what I think is a litmus test for who's the top team in NA, who's performing the best. And right now, this Revival series, it gets to show a little bit more of the developing talent here and some of the lower levels. And I think that's a cool story because again, it's about who's going to be the up and comers. It's about who's going to be next up, and for all of these names right now on the server, some known quantities. But exciting to see how they'll handle each other here as Lag continue to build some structure. Got to be executed in store. Mollies and smokes already in. Triple setup ready to go. And a great flashbang rolling on out here initially. Can't make it through the CT smoke. Finally does Binley. Able to find himself a couple of quick headshots there. And now Consti and Wolf left into a 2v2 here versus Slight and Darty.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big contribution for Ben, because if he doesn't get that 2K, then you're looking at probably a 3v2 or even a 4v2 in favor of Lag. Instead, you got even numbers, and Slight and Darty have a much better chance thanks to their IGL and the smoke in Slight's hand, so he could try to throw that onto the bomb and attract some attention. Either way, they're going to spot out one over into Dark. Darty takes care of that. They know that Wolf is calling U-Box. Wolf gets the first, trying to jump around for the second. Great movement on his side. And Wolf, well, this is so messy. Both players reloading. and still not connecting. What is happening here? The bomb will explode. Wolf gets the last, and he goes down with the ship, but that was absolutely a labored engagement.
I was kind of hoping the bomb would just take both of them down there
Yeah.
so that it could end as a nice little draw in terms of the aim duel, but eventually the kill comes through. Everyone falls on the side of Lag and Boss for that matter, but Lag walking away with the round. Now, again, a small detail there, you get a lot of kills in that. You get fine, 1,200 in the kill bonus. You also get that extra 250 for taking everyone down, so this amplifies the force buy here rolling out from Boss. You got multiple MP9s, 5.7 Deagles, Scouts in the mix. So they've got a really good force up on an investment. Slight with that Scout looking to find some angles, and it's a nasty headshot on the Consti out of the gates. Big time opener. Taking down a heavy hitter here on the other side of the server.
Yeah, that's a big one to get. 5v4 in favor of Boss. They only have one player on the B site. That is Ben. He's got a classic 5.7. I think that 5.7's 9 years old or something. A foul play.
It's one of the first cases that got released when I started playing.
Yeah, I remember it. I had one at one point. It's a pretty decent
I did
skin.
too. I opened it up. I was really excited about it. Back in the day. So
damn,
it has definitely fond memories. But I always know that Ben Lee rocking with that one. There's so many cool 5.7 skins as we've discovered last time.
They're really. I ended up.
I don't know why they have
so
so much depth. Yeah. The 5.7 skin pool is crazy there, but oh my god, Slight continuing to find impact here. That's going to set up Finley for success. Although he doesn't actually knock down a kill. More required out of Slight as he ducks out of the smoke.
What?
He is a ghost. He has vanished. Completely unknown. And now able to stay alive and still look to influence this round. Maybe trying to deny a bomb play. It gets him off for a second here. They're still not feeling comfortable. Have to re-up on that bomb play here. Scout tag's not connecting though right now for Slight. Having a tough time. That allows for the flank to come through though. Claims one of the low HP bars, and it's just going to be Mason. They line up for him though. And 2 quick headshots put this into a 1v1. Last one coming through out of the Galil. And Mason stone cold there. A little smile coming out at the end of it, but Lag bailed out in the 1v3 right there.
No, Mason was locked in, honestly. I felt like Slight had his opportunities, right? There was a player that wasn't even looking in his direction. He couldn't hit the shot. He tried to be a little too fancy with it. Ooh. And then that is the difference maker. In the 1v3, Mason lines him up and gets 2 pretty much for 1. At the end of it, you saw him so locked in. Was not going to miss that 3rd frag to clutch it out. But, I mean, the fact that Lag even required the clutch in that situation is a testament to how well Boss played that force buy. It will bring a couple of Deagles into this round, and everyone's upgraded their pistols. We've already talked about how potent that can be in past Revival series. Wolf going to get the nade frag onto Slight. Even when you don't have the armor, just having a Deagle can change the entire round right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, usually needed, at least for chances. Versus USPs, you're pretty typically gonna have a field day. Lined up I think a double HE there onto Slight to take him down. That's phenomenal work there. Just getting a little bit of utility now. Slow crawling the play. Taking brackets control at the very least. They will still walk into the stack, it seems. DJ is going and clearing out here, and the good news is they have plenty of time to readjust their sights. But he's going to split in through CT. Another smoke making things tricky. Might be lured on in here with an HE to blow open the smoke, but they're still going to wait for DJ on this flank. You can completely uproot it. They're activating though. CT smoke's going to leave DJ kind of out of the play. But they find the entries necessary to make sure that it's not all that complicated. And Darty likely just going to hold on to his 5.7 here. Try and find an exit.
Yeah, Boss didn't really have the utility in this round at all to go for an extended engagement like that, and Lag had a ton of it, so they deploy it, use their advantage, and take control of that B site, nullifying the pistols. Darty on the back lines, tries to connect with something, but okay. Pulls the knife out to try and get some movement going towards that T ramp, but it's just not going to happen. Lag get off to the 3-0 start, and honestly, Boss still have very much a chance of getting back into this one, but it's good for Lag, being the underdogs here, to get off to that quick start.
Yeah, early launch here. Bring in some early energy into the mix, especially with that Mason 1v3 clutch. It's not the way you like to win force buys, but when you're put into that situation, you know, you're going to be happy with continuing to keep the ball moving here, continuing to keep your team on top and utilize some of the success of those pistol rounds that we've mentioned many a times before, but are, I guess, less of a necessity for teams, and those force buys are becoming more of a common victory for a lot of squads. Like avoiding that result and going up with the classic 3-0 before the first gun round comes through. AWP going to be included here for Slight. On the other end of the server, there's not an op here, so he can definitely get a little bit more aggressive, try for those opening duels. He doesn't have head Kevlar. Be careful of those flying Mac 10s.
Oh, what a shot from Slight to open things up with the AWP. I agree with you. Got to be careful of those SMGs. And Slight blinded, could get run down by one, but he's supported by his teammate. How is DJ alive? 1 HP. And Slight is going to get run down. He misses the shot. Look, in the meantime, Wolf actually got 2. Darty and Fruit Cup gone. Bentley gets a couple back. IGL trying to stand on his head to keep his team in these rounds. And he will do it once more. But bomb will get planted by Lag. Needs to wait for his reinforcements to arrive, but he's still going to have a little bit of a poke and a prod to see what he can spot. In the meantime, B-Wills will slowly but surely make his way towards this bomb site. Both players have kits, so they've got a little bit of extra time to spare.
A lot of it. Bomb getting towards that half-ticked mark here. B-Will's just now entering in towards apartments. I mean, I've got to get a move on here. At some point, Lag going to think maybe they're calling a save, but that smoke fades away. The 10-second timer getting close to it. And Bentley knows he doesn't have time to run for that defuse. So he's going to have to run away, get far away from that bomb as possible. Victory locked in by Lag in the post. And despite an early opening duel right there, I got to see what Wolf was able to get away with right there. He just charged into the site, maybe at the up lane right there, I'd have to imagine, and just knock down those kills quickly. That's the site fallen, and Slight, even though you just have 1 HP on DJ, he still finds the kill. That's all he needs here. Slight is going to get the op back in play, though, again, which is good news. The issue is they got to slow down Lag's momentum.
Yeah, no question. 4-0 for Lag. As you mentioned, the op is back in the action. 2 MP9s and 2 A1Ss to round out the buy here for Boss, because they wanted to get that util, which is so critical for the banana fight. B-Will's going to eat a nade. In fact, I think 2 may have connected with him. He's down to 45, though. One of them wasn't as lethal. But that's unconfirmed damage for Lag, and they're still staring down into smoke for the time being. Now it'll fade away. Probably see that they can take some space here. Good flashbang toss to at least delay Lag a little bit more, but they still gain control of top banana. Plenty of time left here, but B-Wills loses the fight against Sandman, and that's not good news for Boss.
Now Bentley feeling the need to get aggressive, take a forward-facing angle. Slide is going to rotate on in. Maybe he can set up a flash play here for Bentley. I mean, that's what they're trying to line up quickly, but will it come through in time? 45 left on the clock. There's the Coffin's flash coming through. Perfect popper. Lines up 2 quick kills. Can he find more? Doesn't need to stick around, and he does. And now Slight's op also exposed without a kill here. The flash is following through from the T side, looking good. Another connection coming through. It's actually Consti with a team kill instead. Slight still standing in the backside, gonna get mollied out eventually. Needs help from his teammates. Instead, he's gonna burn. Oh, and getting slowed down here, not in time. Gotta try and deny a bomb plant here, something of that nature. HE bounces right off the wall there. It does for no damage. Now they're gonna post plant with Fruit Cup on 15 HP.
I was going to say, I think they might try to fall back, but they've still got time, I guess. Just no util. Fruit Cup 15. He actually got tagged by the op of Wolf through the smoke. So that was super unfortunate, but still a chance to move in here. Wolf watching the angle, hits the shot on Darty. Only Fruit Cup left, and Wolf through the Coffin's box will take care of Fruit Cup. And that gives Lag their 5th round, a 4K for Wolf, who is absolutely popping off here for Lag.
This is the setup here. Gotta see Bentley fall out of this position after he gets
Yeah.
those two. I mean, I gotta give him a lot of credit there for getting those 2 kills, but mad greedy for going for more right there. Trying to get all of it. You know, it's a big heat check right there, and you want to continue to try and influence around. You know, that's just the equalizing kill, but ends up being that he gets traded out. Gives that man advantage back over, puts Slight into a really challenging position.
Uh-oh. Was there damage done? No, there wasn't. Okay,
No,
okay.
I think they called it beforehand.
Yeah.
Call it a day and get a quick reset, hopefully. All things are settled. Wolf playing out of his mind, though, so far. 11-2.
Yes, sir. Looking pretty good. Ben Leith on the other side. I mentioned he's a bit of a wild card pick, but he's had a very hot start for his squad. 9-4. And you'd think with your IGL playing that well, you'd have some rounds on the board, but they got none. Because everyone else is asleep at the wheel right now, in particular Fruit Cup, who we kind of expect to be a hot performer on any boss match. But this time, especially against Lag, he's got nothing. Got a big goose egg on the board.
Yeah, a little bit slow to start there. That's the problem, right? They definitely give this guy a lot of setup, as you can see from this round. He is, entrusted with the rifle. Getting sent a little bit of resources here for himself to lift off in this round, and expectations are that you get the kills to back it up. Those aren't quite coming through here. Bentley certainly is, but you want to get everyone involved as soon as possible. Bentley going to toss him over a gun here.
Yeah. One thing that's great for Ben is that it seems like he's always in a good mood, and that's great for the teams that he leads. He's never gets down on the team. He's always trying to motivate them and stay positive, which is fantastic. And I think it's a big reason why you've seen a lot of his rosters, in particular on the Party Astronauts, when he was part of that roster for so very long, 5 years, I think it was, or something close to that. They always had good comebacks, right? They never felt like they were out of any map. And that's one of the reasons why, because he keeps that positive attitude flowing. We'll see if they can get a comeback here, because, right now, just focus on getting one round. Buy in. 2 MP9s, a P250 and a 5.7. Fruit Cup's got the A1S. Got the big piece. Ben making a lot of noise here, and I think they've heard that. Mason spamming the smoke a little bit. B-Will's trying to support Ben. Ben tucks himself hidden here at the bottom of Banana. This is a very potent position with an MP9.
Great damage on the Sandman. They're going to try and hard clear him, but he's down low already. Bentley still providing impact here, killing some change. Did you have to rotate back over towards that beach side? Fruit Cup with the rifle, also caught in a position of transition right now. Is he going to jump back and try and keep contain of that wrap side, or is he going to keep his focus in on this A side of the defense up lane? Darty ready to go with the 5.7, and everyone committed on the site. A nice lineup opportunity. Darty only good for one here. Now Fruit Cup not able to spring into action. Slight left in the back lines of the site, run down by Wolfie. And B-Wills has a chance here. An opportunity to isolate. Gets him off the bomb for now. Able to slide into the site here quickly. B-Wills looking for the last now. Knows where Wolf is. Inside the pit. Trying to find something. A tool to close the distance. And Wolf just stationary. I think he might have... Oh no, he's in there. I thought he disconnected again. I was a little nervous. But he's just waiting, biding his time. B-Wills, is he going to get a little bit nervous about this silence that he's facing right now? Yeah. Where's his crosser at right now? It seems like he lost him, but Wolf finally getting into the action here. Trying to take a headshot angle. 3 seconds left, running out of time, and he gives himself the advantage. Patience paying off there from Wolf, and he continues to fire up here. 14-2.
I mean, he had so little health left, and Ben setting up his team round after round with excellent opening duels. He does 162 damage there, a frag and a half, and then afterwards, the trades look pretty decent going towards the site, but Wolf, especially that move into the site to deny the bomb plant, but as I was saying, Wolf was just so strong in order to take that fight and win it. Couldn't get the bomb plant because there wasn't enough time to recoup it and plant it, so just went for the straight fight and wins it. That being said, that was the half buy for Boss. Here come the rifles again. Feels like kind of a must-win situation, at least in one of the next 2 rounds. Molotov's gonna get tossed in for Sandbag. Fields has to use the smoke, but now they know he's here, so probably gonna spam it. Benleet trying to deny that, and another opening frag for Benleet. B-Wills chips in onto Mason. 5v3 for Boss.
Really having himself a little breakout game right now. Molly inside of it. Slight fights. He will be able to fire up for another one. 4v2. This must-win round could be coming through here. Sandman with an awkward angle, though, catches him by surprise. And finds the two openers on this B site. Smoke also going down. Slate sees the gun barrel, shoots at it, but that doesn't do damage. Consti also getting a visual on his target, and now the playing field is leveled, and an op is in new box, ready to fire down range. Consti in prime position. Great flashbang. Darty gonna line that one perfectly on the Sandman, and Consti still trying to fight from this position. Eventually gonna get mollied out, perfectly placed, but Consti able to work around it here. Still not caught by the utility, and Fruit Cup running out of time. Missed HE. Not gonna do any damage to him. Consti takes the duel and wins it there. Fruit Cup falls. Gets his first kill in this round, but they're still 0-7.
Oh my god, that was a 2v5 and another Benleet 2k to open up a round. Or excuse me, it was a solo frag, and B-Wills got the second one, but Benleet was doing the damage to
He did a lot of damage,
yeah. Exactly. So,
What did he
I don't know.
see?
I think he might have seen the tip of his head before the
Maybe the
smoke
feet?
bloomed fully.
I don't know, yeah.
I don't know, something like that. Feet, head, one of the two. But Lag going to get that round thanks to the efforts of Consti, and I think it was Sandman as well. Either way, Lag cruising along here on their map pick of Inferno, looking very strong. I think there were some question marks for Lag when Brett was cut from the team and they decided to go in a different direction, bringing DJ to IGL. But so far, I don't necessarily see the negatives. It's sad for Brett because I really think he's a great player and a good IGL at any level, but they really wanted to try something new, and I mean, you can't blame them for wanting to try and take a step up.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm aware as well, right? Brett was, just starting to really test his IGLing throughout 2025 and late 2024, so he's kind of getting used to it. Ever since he got dropped from the boss roster, really, I think he started to IGL. This was, midway through last year, so it feels like, he was able to do a lot, create a lot of upsets and use his firepower well, but DJ has a lot of that experience here. Has played at the top levels, knows what it takes to win at the top levels, and that's what Lag need. And he's bringing that 0-7. Lag up and not giving over any rounds. They're breaking the hearts of Boss every round as well. So brutal, these losses here. Fruit Cup with this Deagle, though, always good for one. Darty also exposed, though, in apartments, and not going to be able to do much from that point here.
I think another thing that could benefit DJ is he played under Benleet for a very long time, right? As the party astronauts. So that's something that he could be using to his advantage here, knowing how Ben likes to call Inferno. So there's perhaps some mind games that'll be going on here. Either way, it's working out nicely for Lag. This should be 8. B-Wills and Slight. I mean, this AK is so valuable. 3v2 retake towards A. Excuse me, a 2v3 retake? No, that's not going to happen without util. Even with util, it's difficult. So
yeah,
it will
absolutely
be a save.
Yeah, it'd be even more challenging without kits, all that. So I'm gonna be able to back out. Gotta get far away from this bomb for DJ. Should be good. It will find their safety. Lag gonna go 8 rounds in a row here. This one looking like one of the more comfortable rounds that they've been able to find as well. So many clutches required. This one leaving Boss into a save. This connection is so important from Consti, whose op continues to impact here. And I think at some point, Boss going to be feeling like they set their sights on Ancient. They just have sustained so many frustrating losses in these late rounds. Like you said, I mean, Benleet is doing a lot of the early damage. They just can't convert here. Now Sandman sit forward face, great flashbang, opens it up again. Benleet finding more impact. He wants more. He's gunning for it. Trying to pick up utility on his way out. He's going to stick around and keep Banana the palm of his hands.
That is fantastic early control. Ben has been doing a great job, not only in terms of the calling, but in terms of his contribution here on the server. It's just a matter of needing to finish what you start. And the other players still haven't really awoken. Ben, the only one above a KDR 1. And on the other side, I mean, it feels like Wolf has really started to take control of this, along with, you know, some of his supporting cast activating at key moments. So Consti gets another here on to B Wills. His op has been key. A lot of key impact frags coming through for him. And that evens out the numbers at a 4v4 boss.
Way,
Oh, no,
no
Ben!
way.
No, you gotta throw that smoke! He can't get it off!
Oh.
And it will be B-site taken over by lag and potentially a 9th on the board here.
Another been lead advantage that's just gonna vanish.
Oh, jeez.
More pain. A chance at recovery here. Smoke's still in play, but they have no utility. A single flashbang and a kit. They know better than to give this one a go.
Yeah.
If they had a smoke, if they had mollies to try and flush out these angles, maybe. But they know that's a requirement. Rather than a hope or a dream. And oh man. Frustration looming. Nothing is working for Boss. They just gotta take a deep breath and again probably set their focus in on what's to come. They look so furious right now.
That's definitely Fruit Cup getting frustrated, like you were kind of alluding to, going for that fight. Usually he would fall back there and be disciplined, but things haven't been going his way, so he's trying to find his rhythm. He stops for way too long. You just want to save that gun, keep the AK, and instead he finds himself falling to the ground without a frag, sitting at 2. He wants to contribute more, and you understand that, but there are times where you just have to swallow your pride and back off. Lag! Gonna have a 9-0 lead. Looking to get into double digits before Boss even find a singular round. Banana has been honestly well defended by Bentley. The problem is he hasn't had the backup he's needed. So Lag continue to kind of pummel their way through B by hook or by crook. Haven't needed to test A too much, but when they have, it's been going well for them as well. So need some kind of answer. Someone else other than Ben has to step up to the plate here and knock it out of the park.
Yeah, because you certainly have multiple pieces on Lag being able to do just that. Slight on the scene might be the guy for the job. A great angle here, misses the shot though. DJ finds a luxury op spotted over there towards Arches. Obviously, you can lean in on some quick rotates, but just having that information alone is going to do wonders here. DJ does get caught, calling in the re-aggression. And this is going to force their hand here. They just realized that they've peeked down towards middle. Now you know they're going to start stacking their resources over there towards that B bomb site. B-Wills and Bentley trying to combo their efforts here, and this is looking like a flawless defense unless Consti can disrupt again. Slate gonna shut that down, and finally gonna be on the board, able to lock down on that solid defense with a B bomb site. Fruit Cup dealing with some of those lurking players on the extremity, and the multi-kills are rewarded with a round win.
I mean, finally, Bentley gets a 2K and they convert the round, right? So that's great news, or at least he got one. I'm not sure if it was both, but either way, Boss are happy to get that round on the board. B-Will's helping out Ben Lee. He was the one who ended up getting that 2K. And I call a timeout immediately. Even though they've been so good, they're like, okay, what went wrong? Why aren't we perfect? Here up against Boss. But they have to be happy no matter what happens these last 2 rounds with that 9 on the board of their T side. Given that Boss's stronger side is CT. They have a 67.1% win percentage here versus, on CT side that is, versus T side with only 48.4% win percentage. So that is troubling for Boss, to say the least here, at least on map number 1. And by the way, breaking news, Twists is rejoining FaZe. He left Liquid and he's back to FaZe.
Oh, I just saw that tweet.
That is crazy.
That is bananas. Wow.
NA is back on FaZe.
I can't believe it.
Yeah. Some wild moves.
If Alicia, hold that thought. They're going to
I think
go
Alicia's going to go to
If Alicia goes to Liquid, nothing ever changes.
Yeah.
B-Wills. We still have B-Wills, Binley, and DJ in the server. Nothing really ever changes, I guess. They're still kicking it. Maybe on different teams, though, this time. DJ, B. Wills, and Ben Lee trying to put up some effort this time. Solid defense to start things off. Ben Lee looking to keep things contained. They're going to overlook sandbags. It goes on cleared, and Ben Lee finds another massive multi. Another sidearm whipped out there. A little bit of a chaotic duel. But Consti wins it in the end. Still 1v3 ahead of him.
Well, Lag have pulled back some disadvantaged situations many times here already in this first half of action. And Consti says, forget about the op. I'm going to the AK. Because this fight against B-Wills, not blinded at all, but B-Wills gets the edge. Boss pick up a second. Looking to get a 3-round run to cap off a first half that has been just wrong in every way for them. At times where opportunities are there, they're being ripped away by Lag, but finally they're getting on the winning foot.
Good setup here. They are capitalizing crucially on Ben Lee and his multi-kills. Something that I know for the mindset of Boss is something that they should have been able to do throughout that whole half. Should have never been a question, but missed opportunity after missed opportunity. Now Slight getting involved here in the early stages, and Boss will find their footing. I was talking about this team maybe setting their sights on map 3, or map 2 rather. But 3 rounds in a row here for them. Can certainly change that mindset quickly. Heading into your CT side. And they're looking dominant right now, feeling confident. That frustration fades away and you get to refocus your game plan.
Ooh, this is looking good for Boss. Mason down to 27. The Util's doing all the work, and now the bullets will finish off what the Util started. Consti only gets 1, and Ben Leet gets the trade. Ben Leet leading the charge for his squad. 16 frags on the board. He's already more than halfway to his PrizePicks frag estimate. And Boss do manage to string together those 3 rounds to cap off this first half.
138 ADR for him. 146 ADR, rather.
Yeah.
That is crazy work for that first half, given that they won 3 rounds. And a lot of his damage is being done at the start of the round. So he's finding those impactful kills and that impactful damage that should be giving the victories here. And they only walk away with 3. Feels like a big missed opportunity here for Boss on this map of Inferno. Can they right the ship in the second? Can they get players like Fruit Cup and Darty more involved in this second half? Players that are required to essentially, for this team to win versus the best of the best in NA. I think you have to have Fruit Cup and Darty having a lot of impact, finding those multi-kills. And those are your 2 that are lagging behind a little bit.
Well, T-side could change things. They're going to try and make a move quickly towards this A site. Still more than a minute on the clock. And no, this is a bamboozle. They're going to slip through into CT spawn and put a ton of pressure onto Mason, who does connect with 1 but won't get the second. Sandman is all alone and just absolutely surrounded. The dualies only connect for 1, and it'll be 3v3. Boss going to that B site should be comfortable with the plant, but the CTs are getting there fast, rotating in to try and get this retake.
Position's looking strong here. Wolf's getting a good idea as to where they are, though. No one on the flank. He's trying to expect that here for now. And from the coffin, Speedwills continues to fight. Spots out another. They've seen Wolf not too long ago, so he'll be knocked out. And Consti does not last long in the post. There's 4 in a row here for Boss. Stringing these rounds together piece by piece. Getting their head in the game here now.
Yeah. This is what I'm telling you, that these Bentley rosters, they never get down on themselves. They always manage to find a way to stay in it. Certainly there are going to be maps where they do get blown out. But if there's a team with a strong mental, I think it's teams led by him, as I mentioned before.
This would be one of the games with the ultimate test, right? They got
absolutely
devastated round after round. Lost so many, not unlosable clutches, but definitely favorable situations from the second round pretty much onwards. clutch after clutch kind of being ripped away from their hands here, so definitely showcase some mental, because I saw some of the frustration, I'm sure you all did too, in terms of the player camps. Like,
Yeah.
they were not happy with the way those rounds were shaping up. You look at like Ben Leet dying in the molly, frustration there. Fruit Cup missing out on some kills while he was trying to save. You saw some frustration there, so in there mentally. This one should be a freebie. And they'll try and get those guns out a little bit later down the line.
Alrighty. Well, Lag, nothing much to do here other than keep your deagles, I suppose, and maybe send the USPs to try and get some frags. This can be valuable. There's Mason with his USP gone. And Wolf may be soon to follow. Yes, he is. Consti, along with Sandman, want nothing more to do with this round. Maybe Sandman will engage, and, well, he doesn't have a chance. Ben Leet midair with a Mag-10 takes care of business, and Consti will at least collect one before he falls to dirt as well. Boss get 5 in a row now.
And strong. Quick answer back. Now, I do like the decision here from Lag to call on a bit of a save, try and set themselves up for third round bye. I like this decision even more, though. Go for another half bye, because you're going to want to get an op-out as well pretty early. Consti going to try and get that gun out as soon as possible. So getting some MP9s in play, not a bad idea. Down towards middle. No one hearing this. Consti having the jump on him, but no, Darty does turn around eventually. And able to keep his team safe. DJ, Fruit Cup finding more ground here. DJ finds a multi with the ump. But Darty shutting it down. Keeping that aggression thwarted. Now it's just Mason trying to hold the line. He's not falling.
Well, now he does. There goes Mason. Falling to the ground. Wolf coming in from bottom banana, but this round is effectively over. He was just looking for some upgrades off the ground, or maybe out of the hands of Fruit Cup, but that won't happen. Fruit Cup has had a revival here on this T side. He's got 10 frags on the board. I think he finished that first half with 2 or 3, so already, you know, he's got that 7 frags approximately here. Just in these first 4 rounds of action, excuse me, 3 rounds of action in this second half. Either way, round number 16 underway, and this is the true test for Boss. The guns are out. Can they keep the win streak going, or will Lag be able to shut them down? I feel like the off of Consti has been a little more consistent than Slights. He wills. Fruit Cup set up here at the tippy top of Banana. Everyone's here. No lurk for Boss at all. They are just sending it to B. Great Molotov toss. That'll force Mason back, and they have full control of Banana.
He'll stay in the world here. Execution going to follow off the back of it. Great counter utility. They still find the entries quick enough. Binley and B-Wills continue their impact on the B side. But doing it on the T side now. As this one should be a save here. Lag. Their lead gonna lessen and lessen. It's gonna wane here. 7 rounds in a row for Boss. Lag struggling to find solutions. That one, a huge tone setter for how those gun rounds are gonna go. If you don't fight for control, we're gonna get our execute off early and often. Take that B site. Bentley gonna be real happy with that call right there. So he's put fear into the heart of Lag.
Yeah, now they're trying to chase them down. They know they're in pit. Nade's going to get tossed. Wolf has a nice crossfire setup, so he should be able to deny them. And yeah, there you go. Wolf will shut down 2 with their backs turned. Ben Lead and B-Will's gone, and the other 3 players decide to just keep the AKs in their hands. So a nice attempt at the hunt there for Boss, but they're unable to really do much with it. The important part is they get the round victory off of a great call towards B, fully committed in that direction, and it all works out wonderfully. Only 2 rounds separate these 2 squads now, and Ben Lee, he's on the PrizePicks checkmark watch. Only, I think it is 6 frags
24?
away. He was 24.5, so he's 6 frags away.
Yeah. That's not bad. He's
No, I told you, it felt a little
he's
low.
pretty quick.
Yeah.
19 and 13, 140 ADR. Performance from Bentley. As expected. As we drew it up right there. Consti. Oh no. Caught turning though. Great flashbang coming through. And Consti finds the follow-up. This time, the hold falls down towards the B side of the map here. Smoke goes down as well. Darty trying to find a solution before things get a little bit too out of control. And in doing so, we'll get caught by Wolf. It's a really impressive flash on the Fruit Cup right there that connects, but
Yeah.
either way, this one's going to be a save for Boss. And finally, Lag going to break the deadlock, break through the sludge. They've been having to work through here to capitalize on this lead and get double digits.
I think the great part for them is that they do it without losing a single body, or at least so far have not. Boss might be trying to aggress towards B, and this could work out for them. They can get Consti easily, and they don't get him easily because Consti managed to get one before the trade comes through. And now, obviously, Lag are going to be barreling down towards the B side. It's a very difficult spot for Fruit Cup, but he's that star player for Boss. If there's anyone that's going to do this, it's him. Starts looking for that second frag of the round, and just great decision making from Lag not to overcommit. Fruit Cup will get the bomb plant, probably. No, fakes it, and Sandman will take care of business. Well done from Lag to secure their 10th.
The whole firing squad right there. Taking shots through the smoke here. The re-aggression. Rolling on out there. Phenomenal. Almost a lineup, almost a collateral there for Comsi as well for the close. Op is recovered for this defense, and double digits will be landed, only losing a single player. As you highlighted, really important that you win those rounds confidently so that things do start to go wrong. Again, money's not going to be immediately threatened. There you go, more banana duels coming through here. This is something that we needed to see out of Lag to deny that execution power of Boss. And surprisingly, no Uto damage taken on the T side at all. That's crazy. How often do you see that? That's like a unicorn round in its own right. The
Yeah,
T side
kidding.
trying to run up banana and no one taking damage.
That is wild. Mason goes ahead of the utility, won't get anything from it. Good trade by Sandman. He's got the incendiary still, which he tosses forward. Nice attempt at aggression from Ben Lita, and then takes a step too far back to Sandman into Slights Molotov and burns the nitty bitty Chris. So it will be a 3v2 for Boss heading into this B site. The lurk of Darty could end it all for Lag, but they're already towards the B site before Darty can really activate. So if they go forward quickly, then Darty could be out of the picture. We'll see. It looks like they're going to get delayed, and now is when he has the most possible impact. No way they expect him here at all. Oh, nice movement from Wolf to stay alive a little bit longer. That gives DJ a chance to get the trade, but he won't do it anyway. Darty, nice headshot, and Boss are right back to their winning ways.
Ripping every gun out of the hands right there, Boss. Quickly dominate this banana control. Fruit Cup finding the openers here. Darty with the closers. That's a round that you like to draw up right there for Boss. Finding that access. Lag calling a timeout because they know Boss are getting this game according to plan. Plenty of money to go around here. Jay gonna gift Consti with a nice delay to BP. Might have to be some concessions in the form of Wolf, who I would have to imagine is going to be someone you want with the best rifle you can give them. All that being said, see what's being brought in by DJ here. It's being called out. You got the party astronauts cut off. I had that at one point there. I don't know what happened to it. It might be packed away from the move, but
Gotta find it.
I gotta find it. Yeah, I know. It's actually a really cool cutoff. It's one of my favorite work shirts. And now it's rare merch, right? I'm on P8.
It's depends on the float value, but you can get some good money
Yeah,
for it.
it's no more unboxings are gonna happen, right? So that's
Okay,
usually just over time gonna increase the value. That's
yeah,
how it
there you
works, right?
go. That's exactly it. 57 seconds left on the clock. Here comes the eco for Boston. Nade for Sandbags. Double nade for Sandbags, but no one's home. They still have a ton of smokes and flashes left, so you'd imagine either they can go towards that B site or double back into A. They're trying to decide on that right now. 40 seconds remain, so they figure, okay, we've got this space. Might as well just send it towards this B site, but let's fake A before we do and hope that some rotations arrive. The lag is not buying what Boss are selling. They might now with Darty finding that frag, but still 3 players hovering around the B site. 22 seconds left. Do they have Incendiary? They do. Mason could toss that down and create havoc in the ranks of Boss, but he won't throw it in time. It's a little bit late. That allows Bentley and Fruit Cup to do the damage. 4v2. It's all up to DJ, honestly. Before Wolf arrives, and he won't get anything at all. Wolf, last man standing, 1v4. But for all intents and purposes, this round is over, and Slight ensures that is the case. 9th picked up for Boss. They are 1 round away from tying this up at what was a 9-3 lead for Lag. They've only gotten 1 out of the last 9.
Seeing some of the similar frustrations come through there, right? You know, Wolf's in a 1v4. He should be essentially not even rotating at that point. If your teammates lose the site, it's got to be called instantly for the save, and he just goes in trying to go for the duel and, you know, sent to the back of his chair afterwards. The Boss are giving Lag a taste of their own medicine. Dominance on the T side. Diligent execution here, and so much utility damage continuing to take advantage here. Bentley blows open the smoke and goes for another opening duel. He's got 21 kills, but these are first kills in rounds. These are opening picks on both sides of the half now that he's providing here.
I mean, Ben does go for a lot of opening duels, right? 20.4% attempt over the last 3 months. But oh my goodness, we'll get back to that. Slight and B-Wills get even more now towards Banana, and this round may already be over. They do have to recoup the bomb, but I'd be surprised if Lag even stepped foot towards B. I mean, DJ's having a look, but this was a half buy, and honestly, if you don't get that opening duel 1, it's already very difficult to recover from, and they don't even find a follow-up to respond to Boss's opener. So this round is done. We will be all knotted up at 10, but my point was Bentley does go for a decent chunk of duels in the opening duels, that is. B-Wills and Darty are the other ones that go for about the same amount, and the success rate for Ben is actually below 50%, which is a little low at 46.4%. But here, it's far above that. Like this is a
6-1
life
right now.
game for openers, honestly, for Bentley. Yeah.
6-1 on you know, opening kills. Six openings, 1 death in the first stages of rounds. I mean, this is unbelievable. He's got 5 multi-kills so far for himself. Just not slowing down whatsoever here, and leading the server entirely.
Terrorists win.
You know, you want to try and sustain that success heading into the second half. I didn't really think it was all that likely if he's going to keep things up and keep the ball moving, but now he's got some extra help here. Fruit Cup, who started out, what, 0-6, I believe, at the start of this game, is now 13-12. He's positive. So everyone able to really turn things around here. That speaks on the mental fortitude of this team, as you highlighted. It's another pretty nasty force buy in the mix here. Sure, you got the A to BP, you got a couple of rifles, but hump for DJ. Doesn't go for any utility. I don't know what the decision making there is. Maybe he dropped it in spawn, or dropped it over towards that B side, I'd like to think.
Yeah, probably.
That would make much more sense, actually, yeah.
That's probably.
Shadows in the smoke spotted. Consti able to get one in. Doesn't get traded. Late peek coming through for Binley. Misses out on the opportunity to answer back.
That's a beautiful sequence coming through from Consti. 17 for himself behind Wolf's 20. Wolf has slowed down a lot since the first half. Obviously, that's what's led to this comeback for Boss. But that's a big stop for Lag to to achieve, at the very least in the early parts of the round. Still not over for Boss because they're attracting 3 players towards B. So technically, if that third joins them on Boss, that's a Fruit Cup on their execute, they'll have a mini 3v2. And if they're good on the trades, and they'll probably at least have a bomb plant. That's assuming there's no reinforcements that come through. And well, as I say that, Consti looking to rotate back to the position that he got those 2 initially.
Oh.
Slight will get 1 on DJ, though. That evens it out a little bit more. It's still a slight advantage for Lag. Consti waiting and hits his 3rd on the round. Now looking for a 4th, but he might not need to do that because Wolf will take care of Fruit Cup. Slight still firing away to at least the collect another, but he won't get that last. Wolf will end it. 3 for Consti, 2 for Wolf, and Lag are back in the lead.
See the angle that Consti's working with right there. I kind of like how we didn't have X-ray right there because we get to see the shadows that Consti's seeing and the little movements on the map that you know he's probably registering in his mind. At least to prepare himself, give himself a little warning that players are going to be on his screen here very soon. Consti with that sequence puts it into a very favorable situation. Op recovered as well, so gonna have that again for this round. The utility damage on the B side of the map here continues to favor the T side. And there's a great flashbang setup from Slight to deal with Consti early. The big threat is down now, and Darty going for more opening duels, elevating his game to try and close out this map. And DJ fully blinded up. Darty finds a 3K and is gonna completely shut this round down. With the help of that great utility, finds the 3rd.
Yeah, I think it was his own flashbang as well. As no flash assist on the scoreboard there. 3 frags, doing it all. Util taking care of the duels. And it will be round over. Lag just trying to keep their guns up. Expecting a peek here. And yeah, good job by Sandman. Winning that out against B-Wills. And I don't think there's going to be an appetite from Boss to go for any more hunting. Although the money's actually pretty good on their side. And it would be punishing up against Lag if they lose these guns. I don't know if it's worth it. Darty? Maybe wants to hunt that ace. I'm going to explode. Shot through the smokes. Nade connects onto Mason fairly cleanly, so he goes down to 38, and the bomb takes him down to 28. But it will be no further frags as expected. We are going the full 24 rounds here in map number 1. This Boss have mounted a ridiculous comeback to even get us here.
Yeah, impressive work right there. Entry pathing from the very get-go. You could see that Consti was a problem in that last round. Best way to deal with that problem is throwing a couple of good flashes, making sure that he can't find the big multis. And they almost heat-seekingly flush him out of the round. Oh, biffed Molly there. It ends up going backwards. That's not what you like to see right there from most late stages, but not the end of the world. More concessions being made on Banana here. Like going back to these more passive setups is always a little bit dicey.
Nice silent boost there into window room by Boss. Lag are set up for an apartments play, which is not good news for Slight. Unless he can catch someone looking the wrong way, which is possible here.
Perfect.
But they're out of his vision for now. But this is actually going to work out really well for them. There it is. DJ backs into his crosshair. 5v4 in favor of Boss. Good trade from Consti to keep the numbers even, but it's still going to be very difficult for him to hang on to this A site with the pressure that's being applied. Darty with the perfect timing on the peak, but he gets flashbanged. And wow, Consti onto Darty. Slight has to do it all himself. 1v3 now, 1v2. Oh, I thought he had the no-scope. Man, that's a fantastic recovery from Lag, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's just so much work being done right there. Perfect position for Slight to set up. Gets the rotate. The adjustment from Consti for 1. And in the heat of the moment, Wolf finding that impact. That is that X factor. You said the reason this game is being difficult and closing things out for Lag is because that guy right there that found the multi, Wolf was slowing down in a big way. They needed him to turn up. They needed him to have one of those X factor rounds. And right there he delivers. Binley, 30-second timeout called by Boss. Wants to make sure that his troops here capitalize on all the hard work they did to make this a close game, to make this a competitive affair. Don't want to lose this one at the final hurdle. Take us the distance and then miss out on a chance to win this one. Looking to take it into OT. They won't find it first here. Lag gonna claim themselves map point first. We'll see if they can stick in this one though for a little while longer, boss.
Man, it wouldn't surprise me. Look at that seesaw ride we've had over the last 4. Up, down. In terms of changing pace between both these teams in round victories. We're into the action here with the over-the-shoulder view. It's going to get tossed forward as Boss trying to work their way in towards this season. Are we getting into the game here? What's there we go. All right. Just
how locked in Sandman is. Trying to find himself the ulti does go down with 2. 3v3 here. See if they can save this one here. DJ already on the scene here. His 2 teammates going to be following a little bit behind. You still have Slight with the AWP. Smoke tossed in. What's good about Slight's position right now, he has a smoke, but he's not actually in towards new box. I thought he was, but that's Fruit Cup instead. And you expect that Molly to flush him out, force him into a fight. That opens up things, and now gonna force some repositions. Benleek trying to hold the line, looking for more. On crouches there, Slight finds one on the edge of the smoke here. Comsey knowing he's running out of time here, simply has to stick it. There is no time left. He's gonna go for the kill and the defuse. But enough being done by Slight to take us into overtime.
That is absurd for Boss. They get 12 out of the last 15 rounds to secure overtime. Essentially the 9-3 that Lag had on their T side, and it's just unusual for multiple reasons. One, you know, Ben getting opener after opener and helping his team on both sides of the map, and 2, Boss typically not that great on their T side, but you know, I said it before and I'll say it again, Ben lead squads are very good at keeping their mental and their focus. And you're going to see a timeout called here to kick off the OT.
What's Bentley crafting right there, man? He's talking through the whole round. Rolling out there. Actually, this is a tech. So maybe just talking to himself at this point. But, I mean, at the end of the day, you're looking at this 25th round knowing that the hard work locked in. Able to take it into OT at the very least. And all that you've done to get to this point here puts a lot more pressure on the opposition. Team with less experience right now on the other end of the server is Lag for sure, and that 9-3 lead crumbles. It's tough to course correct. That utility damage here just keeping them away from fighting for this banana control round after round. It's not really something that Lag feel like they can do here.
Smoke gonna get tossed here for top banana by Lag. Problem is, Boss are already ready and waiting in this position. And I mean, just even making noise in this situation will attract the attention of Lag, but they're getting the sense that this could be a fake, and I can't really blame them. It kind of is being telegraphed a little bit. And Boss will be backing off. Lag have the setup they need. They just need that other piece towards Arch side. That's going to be DJ to try and get the crossfire set up. Is the re-smoke on for Arch side? I believe it is. going to be a flashbang. Deep arch smoke. DJ and Mason activate immediately to get 3 of the first 4, and DJ's got a 3-piece on his side. Wolf will get the last, and Lag get that round victory they wish they would have had in regulation.
Wow. I mean, just so comfortably converted right there. As you said, they risk a lot in not committing to that B defense, but they don't feel like that's heading their way, and it's a bold call to make with how much times and how effective Boss's execution have been with the lack of banana control that Lag had. Stacking for B is a big risk there, but called correctly and get rewarded for it. Get into the meat grinder in the last round. Boss being a little bit stunned, and this time there's some more intensity here for this B fight. Lag throwing some switches into the mix. Having Consi try and lead off, but as a reaction here, they finally take a little bit of that banana control. You can see how Boss ratchet up the pace towards this A side now.
All right, Boss. A little bit of damage taken by B Wills down to 61. But they've still got a chance here to strike towards A. They will have a lot of guns waiting for them, 3 to be precise. Consti's op, which has been so very lethal towards A, is actually watching Banana, and that's where they're headed. Nice little stack up here, high-low setup for Lag, and the first shot fired attempted there because of the flashbang, and Sandman's lucky to be alive, but they won't expect him to be here. There's absolutely no way with the utility that connected here. He's got the element of surprise. He knows it. 40 seconds left, just waiting, biding his time. Could be that snake in the grass. Bentley, doesn't clear it all. Walks up with util. Only one is actually really good news for Boss in that situation. But now they have to get a move on, get everyone towards Banana because they got under 30 seconds left to execute towards B. Consti's here, and he hits a key one onto Fruit Cup, and then throws the util afterwards.
And now has help. CT spawn utility coming through, flashing up above the new box there, but a quick headshot rolling up from Darty. Puts this one up to an opportunity at the very least. Trying to protect the plant. Pushing through that CT smoke. A big way to deny it, but Wolf will be shut down and slowed down here. Banana flank continuing to try and threaten some aggression here. Darty not exposed to it any longer, though. Finds safety in a committed angle towards Coffins. And it has Slight backing him up here with the angle. Still starting to close the distance, and it separates the aim. Slight has to get off the line for a second, and that allows for the chase down to come through there. There's 2 in a row for Lag. I mean, something I don't think they were able to do at all in regulation happens in OT.
That's wild. I think you're right. Well, once you got the money to buy whatever you like, it does help. You don't have to worry about economy anymore, and you can go for some riskier plays in some instances. And in that case, it wasn't really that risky. It's just kind of holding the line towards that B site, getting that opener, and of course the follow-up from Consti is huge. Boss are looking at the possibility of being swept in this first half of OT. Consti getting lit down to 43, and Mason and Sandman, I believe, taking some util damage in that instance, so this is very favorable for Boss in the opening engagements, but Consti still finds the first here. Cole on to Darty. 5v4, takes a lot of damage himself, but the fact of the matter is, damage or not, you've got that advantage.
Walking wounded here, but you still have the op in play as well for your troubles. Both oppers now on the CT side put down incredibly low. And this offers up a lot of setup here. Fruit Cup crouches, and that might have saved his life, but he goes hunting and can't track. Wolf hiding in Boiler. There's no trade just yet here. Looking for more. Wolf will fall. A lot more resistance, though. DJ still on the scene. Oh, might have caught a barrel there. This is going to catch the full body of Slight. DJ keeping brackets contained here. Just a solo defense on the A side proper with a very passive angle from Consti, but that might not be a factor here. They could sweep this OT half. They're forcing Boss back into the B side. Full belt of utility for Sandman.
Not the op.
Oh no! Double
Doesn't
zoomed?
matter, yeah. I'm not sure, but either way, he goes down very handily to Ben Lead Mason, making a lot of noise, and he'll get spotted by B-Wills. Ben Lead and B-Wills, as you mentioned before, love this B site, both on T side and CT side. And Ben Lead with perhaps the killing blow there on DJ. Only Consti left in a 1v2 clutch with the op in his hands. And Ben, a 4K. That is a PrizePicks check mark for Ben Lead in this round. We're going to get it to start the next one, but on screen anyway. But that's unbelievable for him to bring his team back from what would have been the brink here in overtime.
Yeah, a rare first map PrizePick check mark. That doesn't happen all that often. And when you do, you know you got a guy that is just hauling it for his squad. More than 24.5 kills. And, well, he's got 27 already. This is map 1. He needs to have double the goal at this point here. Let's keep it counting. We should have expected to be 50 kills here for Ben Lee. They're back on the CT side. This is the side that offered them up a lot of challenges. The 3 rounds in a row though, for them towards the tail end of the half, could bode well. An opportunity at recovering things here.
I think Lag's going to be kicking themselves for not sweeping there because it was set up really, really well for them, but they get a little lackadaisical with the B-side defense and leave it up to only one player, the AWP of Sandman, and it just doesn't work out. And after that, Ben Lee just absolutely charge through and find the damage they need. Ben Lee's got another opener with the AWP. He likes to run that second op sometimes. He may hit 30. Well, I'm going to be planted regardless. On towards B as he's got to wait for reinforcements. Ben staying alive is the main objective, and he will absolutely do that. Some spam through the smoke. Util is there. Boss have a good chance, and Ben's just going to connect on another one. 29 frags for Ben Leet, looking for the 30th. There it is! And the 31st! Ben Leet may even get the ace in this round. Wolf, the last one standing. Ben tries to go for the defusal instead, and Darty gets the trade, but that would have been phenomenal if he gets the ace. Already ridiculous.
Oh my god. He's going for 50 right now. This is unbelievable. 31 kills. He is firing on all cylinders. I remember hearing a little bit about, when things are going this well in games, back when they were, way before even PA, really, that they would say, Ben Lee would love to, when they were farming teams, buy a secondary op and say he was Kenny S flying all over the map right there. That looked like prime Kenny S right there, re-peeking into angles, finding the multi-kills. It's unbelievable. He's back on the rifle though. And B-Wills is too, and they knock down another opening duel. Tag team in this B-site defense. Look at him go. B-Wills is down, and Bentley trying to pick up the weapon will fall as well, but there's more resistance here. Having to run through it all is Consti. We'll find the kill that could complete things here. Wolf now. Silent dismount.
This
is going to almost certainly catch him by surprise. I think Slight heard something. He definitely did. He called it over to his teammate. And now he's flying through library. Wolf is going to be stunned. He has been registered now. And Consti also going to get caught here with his knife out. Slight a little bit dazed and confused. And an arms race in towards the B site. With an AK now picked up in safety. With a CT smoke for now. Darty silent about his approach though. Oh, no way.
What is going on? The timings we've seen.
They called it. They called the smoke push here. Consti gonna take one and not ready for this Slight, but he still finds his timing, lands the shot, and will be able to put Boss on their first chance to close out this map all over. Chaos created so many timings. But it's one footstep that really does the difference right there. Slight hearing that.
Yeah.
And being able to call it over to his teammate. Puts it into this 2v1. And Slight knocking down that finishing kill there is everything for Boss.
Yeah, I think they were aware of the smoke push at the end, but didn't know if he had slipped in towards Church. And in the end, they take care of business and find that trade. But I agree with you. Wolf felt too safe towards A. He didn't realize there was still a player in the vicinity. And now Lag have to win this round just to keep it in overtime and prevent Boss from from getting this comeback victory on Inferno. Ben Leet goes through the broken smoke to the bottom of Banana. This is phenomenal map control for the IGL, who's sitting at 32 frags. Who would have thought? I knew he was probably good for the 24.5, but 32 on map 1 is really something else. Ben Leet stepping up for his squad. Now he's trying to end this map in their favor, waiting by his lonesome, anchoring down this B site with 4 boss players towards A. This is a very significant gamble stack. Ben Leet's got that forward position to at least get information, although I'm not sure it's going to be for free. That flashbang really misses the mark. So Ben is absolutely free to continue watching here. 49 seconds left on the clock here.
Putting all the faith in him right now. There is absolutely no rotates. He's going to be the one that closes out this one. Otherwise, this B side is going to be vulnerable. And there's not, this time, a lot of retake utility. Ben Leet finds the first. He needs another massive multi, but he's painted into the corner. And this time limited to just a single here. Good delay. Going to allow for a rotate to get involved here, but there's so much utility here on the T side. Flashbang going in as well. Smoke spam. Hoping to be connected. HE's not. Not as much damage as they would have hoped. 10 seconds left. Any chance to deny a bomb plant here? They might look to just find some shots with the smoke. B-Wills moves past.
That's it!
And that's the bomb on the floor. That's the round. That's the map here entirely. There is no time. Job done. Finished off by B-Wills and Ben Leet with a dominant first half that they couldn't quite capitalize on. But in OT, they find 3 in a row again and finish the job 16-14.
That was absolutely a ridiculous performance from Ben Leet to carry his team to victory, and B-Wills at the end denying the bomb plant. I mean, brilliant stuff on the side of Boss, given the circumstances, given what they had to come back from. Not forgetting, of course, we talk about it being a 9-3 comeback. It was a 9-0 comeback. They didn't have a single round in the first 9 rounds of play, and they come back here to win in overtime 16-14. Unbelievable stuff. I'm super impressed.
I mean, this was a map where we saw so much frustration on the lag side, or from the Boss side in that first half. And it wasn't from really Benley. We definitely saw some frustrating moments from him when it comes to like smoking off the molly. But when you look at the grand scheme of things, you watched Fruit Cup go 0-6 in the early stages and bounce back from that. You watched, Benley continue to go aggressive in these opening duels, even though he's watching as he finds these man advantages crumble and end up in lost rounds. He's still going for them. He's still getting aggressive. He did that, from round 1 all the way to the closing statement in round 30. And fantastic job coming through from Boss is showing more of that leadership and more of that firepower that I did not really anticipate when it comes down to what Ben Leet can do at his ceiling. That was definitely one of the best individual games that I think he's had in a long time.
Oh yeah, no question. I mean, you look at Ben Leet, he's a player that has his flashes in maps, but often, falls off a little bit. You're right to point out he didn't fall off at all. Like, he continued to get openers. He continued to be implicated round after round. And one of his most, if not his best, consistent performances across the board here on Inferno. Let's take a look at Lag and the PrizePicks frag estimates. Consti and Wolf, I think because of overtime, they played really well. I mean, Lag did everything they had to get a win in terms of, the performances they got from their players, with Wolf and Consti expected to be at the top of the scoreboard. And they're very close to their PrizePicks frag estimates. But, I mean, even then, it wasn't enough.
No, not quite there. Finding themselves taking a frustrating loss there. I saw some moments of brilliance coming through out of Wolf and Consti as a duo and some of those A-side defenses, but difficulty there. And closing out this thing is going to haunt them in this series. That's their map pick, folding over here. We'll look at the stats for Ben Leet, 33 and 25. His deaths are very high. That just goes to show how many times he is trying to open things up. And even that 4K when he was rolling with the op, guess who's on top of that bomb instantly on low HP, making sure that they win the round as opposed to going for that highlight ace. It's Ben Leet there, so
Unreal.
Pretty cool factor there as well. It's all about the wins here at this point. Boss have that here with the map up.
All right, well, we're going to hit the break. Before we do, though, guys, make sure you go on over and check out the Complexity Flash Summer merch sale. If there's ever some Complexity gear you were looking at and saying, that looks interesting to me, I want to pick that up. Now is the time to do it because you can save 30% off of your entire purchase during this NA Revival series. You just have to use code REVIVAL to get that discount. So head on over to the Complexity store and buy up some gear, guys. As mentioned, we're heading to the break. When we come back, map number 2.
Sub to Flom. Gift 5. Shh.
All right, we're back with the PrizePicks Annual Revival Series number 9. We're getting ready for map number 2 between Lag and Boss. And, looking at map number 1, that's got to deflate Lag a little bit going on to Boss's map, Pick of Ancient. But Lag are still a decent Ancient squad.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be something that they have to quickly talk about here during that little break that they have and try and bounce back from here. Can't let frustrations linger from that last map. They know what they had there going up 9-0 on Inferno. That's not just a map thing here. That's I can keep up with you all mechanically. Honestly, if it wasn't for Bentley, you probably would have lost thing. And we'll see if they can answer back here rolling through into map number 2. The issue is, again, now the stars are kind of alive here on Boss, and they're ready to go here for map 2. And I think that's going to be the bigger challenge that Lag face.
I don't know how often you're going to hear thanks to Ben Lead. They're going to win the map. I don't mean anything against Ben Lead here, but he's not usually the player that's coming out and saving the day with the fragging, but that was the case on map number 1. And just looking at the numbers here purely on Ancient for Lag, it's 10-4 over the last 3 months, and then for Boss, 11-7. So, I mean, it's just recent success has been better for Boss. Excuse me. Shimmer, In Control, and Lag were victories for them and pretty clean, 13-10, 13-7, 13-4. And you look over at Lag, they've actually lost 3 of their last 5, and the wins coming against anything else. And Aspiring losses to Boss, of course, in that previous series they played against them, getting info, and then getting info again. So they're losing to those ECL caliber squads.
Yeah, I mean, I already brought it up there, but again, we saw what happened in Inferno last time. Lag were able to try and improve on those results with an overtime affair, but going up 9-0, it still doesn't feel like much of an improvement when you can't bring it on home in map 2. And then 13-10 as well on Ancient here. They kind of replicate the vetoes, and it's a close game as well. So as you said, Lag can definitely bring in some intensity here in this matchup, but we'll see what they can bring on home. Bentley focused, ready to go, locked in. He's got his vitamins on the side there that I
That's
see.
the key.
That's got to be the key. He's taking his vitamins every day.
The banana's key too. Yeah, he's got his potassium. He's got his vitamins.
Is that a real banana?
There. I think so.
Or a banana with a smiley face on it? It kind of looks like to me.
It does have a smiley face on it.
Is that just like natural smile? He's got the happy banana. There's rumors that there's an ESEA trophy up there.
Oh.
I didn't see it. I didn't know ESEA gave you trophies. Let's see.
Oh, it is. Party
wow.
astronauts.
I didn't get a trophy for my IM victory. I don't know if that's still in the mail or what, but they never actually, I never received it. Maybe it got lost.
I don't know. I'm not sure if they give them for IM, Cole. So
well, maybe they should. Maybe they should. That's all I'm saying.
Maybe they should. Maybe. All right.
That'd be cool.
Would be. You'll have to reach out, Cole, and request your IM trophy that you're owed.
4 years later,
yeah.
3 years later.
Multiple years later. Hey, I need that trophy, guys. Come on.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Boss are looking for a trophy here in the Annual Revival Series. They're already up 1-0, and they're looking to make it a 2-0 sweep as they're going to the map pick. Fruit Cup was quiet on that first map, but he opens this one up with a bang. 2K for him. Bentley through the smoke, eventually finished off by Fruit Cup. That's a 3K for him, and this round already feels like it's over.
See, now, Bentley's already got the check mark. You can see that he's just able to breeze easy. I saw the relief on his face after watching Fruit Cup get the first 3 kills of the round, knowing, okay, a little bit of the weight's going to be off my shoulders here on this map. Get the breathe easy. Knowing that I don't have to do it all here in the opening stages. I said this was going to be the big worry here, is that now you're no longer going to get to, have the advantage of a 0-6 fruit cup from the early stages of a round or from a game. He's already heated up in that last map in the late stages of Inferno and into the overtime, and now he's already got 4 kills and the opening pistol.
Not good news for lag, let's say, because they weren't able to hang on with just Ben Leet popping off in that previous one. B-Will's contributing as well, and I think Slate had a pretty good map. But with Fruit Cup in the mix immediately, that's one player you don't want to find his group if you're lag. P250, make that a couple of P250s and a 5-7 upgrade here by lag. Do not go for the Forest Fire, which is against the meta a little bit, let's say, but they're still managing to get some trades in here, even though it'll only be a couple and the round's already done. This time Ben Lee gets a couple and B-Wills as well.
Get a couple of Eeks while you can right there. Sneak them on in. Leet and Darty able to knock him down comfortably. And we'll get that quick start there. As you said, maybe a little bit unconventional when it comes to the decision making. I always like those, quick buys, those quick force buys that come through here, but solid Inferno. They trust a lot in their rifles on this lag camp. And they will get them rolling out as soon as possible. Mac 10 in play. Right now, Sandman does not have head Kevlar. So that means that Mac 10 can charge him down. If that molly's ignored, he's going to have a tough time here. The flashbang will actually give up the molly there instead, so making him use that utility here. But it's used effectively. It scares boss off of this A play.
Yeah, that util advantage is, though, very significant for boss, though, right? You only have 2 smokes left for lag, and Incendiary, so you're absolutely right to say that lag have been forced to burn up the util, get the first frag, and the trades are good up until then. B-Wills managed to give his team an advantage. Now they know Sandman's over at Donut. Maybe going to collapse in towards the B site, and yeah, that is the plan. They're trying to catch a player, trying to rotate towards B here from mid. Oh, Sandman almost had a chance to get that frag onto Fruit Cup. Now Fruit Cup back turned against the wall, will get fragged out. Sandman activates for a second. Only B-Wills left, and he is dealt with as well. Lag do indeed find their first.
Yeah, that is a tough loss right there for boss. You can see that this is information so valuable. Finding that access towards middle, and then Fruit Cup spotting out the jump up right there, but not being able to win that duel. Did not like the way that one went here, and boss don't like the way that one went entirely. 2v3, pretty much how they drew it up right there. You have to trade favorably towards that mid collapse. They managed to do that, even escaping with the bomb at the last second, and the B site free and open here. I think some decisions being rushed by boss.
Yeah,
they had a smoke to kind of get the bomb safely transferred in towards the B site. They don't use it until it's too late. And they just go a little bit isolated on those trades, trying to trade out Fruit Cup initially. I think communication kind of breaking down. Well needed pause here. Keep the nerves nice and calm.
Yeah, it's a really nice pause called by Ben Lee to talk things over and say, hey guys, here are the mistakes we made. Let's not do that again. When we have that type of advantage, 3v2, going to the B site, pretty much full B site control once they move forward. They don't activate soon enough, and I agree, that util needed to be utilized because it's one advantage, one of the key advantages they had in the round, especially even before the frags were coming through. Ben Lee gonna get naded down to 60 here, though. Force buy is on for boss. Maybe want to go for another quick B hit. Wouldn't be a bad idea, honestly. No one's actually on the site proper. Maybe Wolf will change that in a moment. Perhaps Consti as well. But boss is just biding their time. They're waiting for the pushes to come through here.
We give Fruit Cup a lot of leverage here with this Deagle. Takes one pop shot off there. Spot a lot there. Slight also avoiding contact here on this boosted up position. Be nice if he had not, but he's going to get a test versus Wolf and takes a single pop shot. Doesn't go for much more. Also taking some damage on that spam. so far back, but still biting the bullet. And a very telegraphed play towards the B side. I actually say that, and with this mid control, it's not as telegraphed as I think. B-Wills is doing a good job of drawing out attention, even forcing Consti to commit on this mid defense of Red Room. Mason has to use his utility. Will be well placed. That doesn't hurt either. B-Wills tracking it and finding that A side completely clear, forcing a panic. Now it's a quick recovery from Sandman, but they are scaling in towards the A side off the back of it. DJ keeping contain of Cave here, forcing Finley into the duel. He can't win it up against DJ though. And Fruit Cup and his Deagle not gonna last too much longer right there.
It felt like things were trending well for Boss in that round, right? Like they got that path into the bomb site. But then Sandman comes in for that flank onto A, and everything collapses on the attempted B take, with Fruit Cup only finding one before he falls. That was the only real action that Boss were able to pull together before every body hit the floor. 5th round of play. Nothing for Boss here. After a great start to the map, it's fizzled out. Eagle, 4 Glocks, smoke getting tossed by Ben. As it stands, I mean, significant advantage for Like, even with the 2 SMGs in the mix, which, I mean, if they survive here, will be carried over in a bonus.
Yeah, what's frustrating right now is that is back-to-back rounds. I feel like we're Boss are establishing a little bit of an advantage and can't close out the round. So you want to avoid those as much as possible, because that's going to feel like what happened when you were down 0-9 on Inferno. First block there. Finding great damage on the edge of that smoke, but Consti found 3 headshots through it. An absolute firing range for him, just holding mouse 1. Look at this. The only body shot that he landed was not through the smoke. Everyone else, it's nothing but headshots. Boss gonna concede the lead. Not gonna take advantage.
Yeah, it's a bit of a problem for this Boss squad, but you're looking over at the numbers here, and technically they're usually better on their CT sides by a decent margin. So I feel like if they can get 4 or 5 rounds on their T side, they'll set up well for CT side. And they've already gotten 2 in the first 5. They really could use a few more. On the Lag side, they want more of that shutdown, and there we go. DJ getting aggressive, catches off Fruit Cup with the UMP. Mentioned it was a bit of a bonus round for Lag, but now not as much because they got the free AK upgrade. That being said, Boss will charge into A, and no one's really home.
We'll get planted here. Working with a man advantage still. Working with a lot of map control as well. A big angle here for Slight if he can win this duel. Obviously gonna at some point want to get involved in this post plant. Sandman's patience gonna pay off.
Wow.
That's such a great play coming through from Sandman to hold off his aggression. It's gonna get figured out, but that offers up quick trades. Now collapse coming through. Darty and Binley finding the kills necessary. Smoke onto the bomb and a 10-second defuse. Mason needs to survive. He's able to protect the plant, or the defuser rather. And Wolf, just about enough time to deliver in that round right there. Close things off and keep Lag in the positive.
Yeah, honestly felt like Boss did enough there. They just needed one more frag, and then if it comes through, then there's no way the 10-second defusal is possible. Like, look at those plays from Darty and B-Wills in order to get that down to a 2v2, but they didn't have the healthy HP bars, and that really is what cost them in those extended engagements. Do have another PrizePicks check mark coming through, though. Consti with more than 31.5 frags. So that's a great job from him. Kind of expected. We expected Wolf to also hit that check mark. Consti and Sandman get a couple more. This is just the pistols and nothing doing it all for Boss.
PrizePick check mark should come flowing through here.
Yeah.
The amount of rounds that we got in that last map. Kills are clean as can be here. Wolf keeping sight nice and safe. 5 and 2 here. Some missed opportunities for Boss in the early gun rounds. Still keeping things nice and close. If you're Bentley, again, you're going to be feeling a lot of confidence. There's Wolf with the PrizePicks check mark as well. I'm having trouble seeing that kill total, but been able to deliver quite a bit.
All right, well, 1:37 left on the clock here. Lag. And Boss going toe-to-toe, and it looks like Boss are going to get this space in towards the B side. Lots of damage being done here. On the side of Wolf, though, I believe he gets the 3K. And yes, indeed, Wolf doing the job. Boss, nothing they have is an answer to Wolf's firepower.
It's a huge elevation right now. There's an answer in the terms of utility, but everyone falls quickly. Not a single casualty taken here. Or the side of Lag, and they will just stomp their way through this one. Taking full reign. That's a full gun round that just gets completely sideswiped here. Or the side of Boss. They're struggling to find answers. Now they're going to rock with some pistols, some Tech 9's SMGs in the mix. Fast A-plate, it seems. See how things hold together here. They're loud and proud about it. Running through the molly, and there's an entry. And 2 entries found right there, coming through from the Boss camp. Gonna find themselves onto the site now. Looking to lock in those digits. Already rolling up in towards spawn. And it's now a 1v5 at this point. As just a solo man standing, I believe, inside of cave right now. No, this is Donut.
Yes.
And I think he'll like to get out if he wants to hold on to that gun.
You guys are wondering why we're questioning ourselves a little bit. Just some technical issues on the back side of things. Streams are having some slight pixelation, let's say. Anyway, there will be a frag here for DJ, but eventually, there it is. Boss finally collecting a third after a nice string of rounds there for Lag. And it will be Boss now looking to string together a few rounds for themselves, which honestly, I talked about it before. They just need to have a decent T side here to find success on Ancient. Gonna have a PrizePicks check mark, and I'll be honest,
for more than I saw at B-Wills. I'm
okay.
Discord now. The B-Wills for more than 29.5. Locking that one in. B-Wills part of that B side defense, finding a lot of impact. Quick spring into action there for the third round for Boss. They needed something to go their way. They got a big one. Handed to them on that fast A play. Now, just like try to pop off some op shots. Wolf on the other end here. Not spending constantly on the op here. You actually see on the map as well. Sandman aggressing through A is calling this completely clear. And this puts this round essentially on a timer now. Whether or not Boss can execute towards this B side in time before problems arise. Before that flank can get involved. They're taking cave control, but they're stalled out here ever so slightly in the multi. Coming through from DJ, gonna do a lot of heavy lifting. Bomb is still dropped outside the doors here, and Slight's never gonna be able to recover that. That flank wraps it up. Sandman gonna find 2 to close.
All right. Well done for Lag in response to Boss's round victory, and now we only have 2 rounds left for Boss to try and find a 4th. Good work from Sandman charging into mid. Great aggression from Lag, honestly, to really leave that with very little doubt. And you will have Boss still on a buy up here. Still have enough money to invest into that. It's going to be 4 AKs and the AWP. Boss priming those nades for mid.
way on through middle, and that's how you do it. Separating the attention high and low. Able to take full advantage here, but they're still not in the scene. Consti's been good on the adjustments. His opping looking so much more efficient. And collapsing through middle as well. Another one out of Consti, but he gets traded, and eventually they take the ground here necessary. Just a sole player left in DJ. Trying to save the day. Let's see how much of a go he gives. I guess money's already maxed out pretty much for the remainder of the half, so unless you want to hold on to an AK, you might as well give it a go here. Slowly scale his way through Temple. Unseen just yet here, but finally making noise about it. Goes down to 19 HP left. Smoke on top of the bomb, but before he can make any further moves, Slight gonna catch him on a wall bang right there.
Yeah, so Ben Lead opening up the fragging there, and the trades were good in the opening moments for Lag. Constantly connecting with those two, but a great maneuver by Boss towards that A site, and Slight finishing off the job as they will collect a 4th round. That is what they needed. Now they're hoping to make it even better with a 5th here. We'll see what the call will be this time around. Looks like they want to get that mid control early. This is going to be contested by the util. And I think Slight really wanted to take that fight, but eventually realized it would not be wise to do so. Mason taking maybe some unnecessary damage, pushing around the edge of that smoke, but he really wanted to keep this mid control. In the meantime, Fruit Cup slips in towards Jag. DJ won't expect it, and that's a freebie for Fruit Cup. The follow-up, good trade from Wolf, and then Sandman finding B-Wills gives Lag the advantage briefly. Ben Lee trying to change that, gets one, sees the head of another, but he won't be able to do anything else about Consti. At least Slight is able to collect that frag onto Sandman, but you're looking at a 2v1 edge for Lag.
Slight trying to work his way through the mud. It's now kind of getting wrapped up. Actually, they're flanking the A side. At least one player is. Now both of them. So he's going to have a free reign in towards this A bomb site. That smoke might speed them up. Actually didn't get hurt on the other side of the map. They hear the bomb go down though, and they know it's not A. So they've got a long haul rotating towards that B site, but I'm not loving this post plant. Feels difficult to thread in 2 quick kills in this sort of position. And right now they're doubling up through CT. HE going down here. He's still tucked and covered. Caught with utility out. That will help. And he lines up the multi. Finds his aggression perfectly right there. And Boss going to end it off with 5. Despite the challenges, despite the difficulties when those guns came out from Lag. They do close things out with 5 in the end.
That's actually incredible that they get to 5. I didn't feel like it was going to happen with the trend of that first half and the way Lag were playing, but that's really, really fantastic for a Boss squad that thrives on their CT side. 58% of their CT rounds are victories. And, well, I mean, that's, I would say, pretty much what they need to find the win here up against Lag, which would be their second win up against them over the last 2 weeks here on Ancient. Pistol round is on. Lag have a chance to pad their lead a little bit, and the bomb, along with one more player heading in towards that A site. Only Darty here. Fruit Cup gets a key opener. That is huge for them. So even if there is space gained towards the A site, there'll be an even number situation, or maybe even better than that if Darty can connect with something. No, he doesn't. So we'll be 4v4. And now back and forth we go, down to a 3v3 after that little bit of chaos ends. B Wills charging down, and the rest of Boss are going to go for the retake.
I find more. Oh, Consti gives it up. Had that P250. Was feeling confident. He'll be knocked out here. Does set up Mason for success in the back of Donut. Catches the timing perfectly, but the kill's not converted.
Ooh.
Eventually, he's going to find his aim. He's now 1v2 ahead. B-Wills has to hunt this kill down before he can reposition, and he does so. Clotheslines Mason on the cross there towards Donut. And B-Wills getting hyped after that one.
That is
good to see.
Yeah, and once more, Boss recovering from some early struggles here on the map, and he's just dancing around his spray right there, showing that he means business. Consti, as you saw, tried to make it work for Lag, but it's just a fantastic recovery at the end for B-Wills. He had to be sharp with those headshots and absolutely delivered. 13 frags sitting at the top of the scoreboard, a place that in his prime days was not an unfamiliar spot. Now the veteran is able to put up the numbers here for Boss. And we're about to be tied up potentially, unless Lag can come through with this force by the bomb plant, bolstered thereby. Up 3 rifles available, but Utah's a little light. Darty waiting with the incendiary, going to toss that down. They charge right through it, and they get the opener onto him. Flashbang out, and 2 for Ben. Mason finds the trade, but that's a huge play from Ben, knowing that the rest of his teammates have rifles available, and that will certainly give them advantage here in the post plant.
Right here, but stepping forward, Consti gets overrun way too quickly. Both players left in unideal positions, I would say, on the post. Good news is there is no smoke, and Eagle shot like that from DJ could change the tides here. Last alive, though. Gonna be Mason there as Fruit Cup finds the last 2. 3K to close things out. Forced by is gonna maybe instill a little bit more confidence here in Lag. They did some fantastic damage. Mason has 4,100. I mean, he can get an AK out pretty comfortably. If I'm lagging, I'm trying to keep the pressure up. This A side is being plucked apart. Darty's having a tough time in this map right now. Stepping up here. If you can try and continue to capitalize on that, you'd have to think eventually in these posts you're going to be able to close it out. But they will go for another half buy instead.
Sail through here for Boss, trying to keep control of mid without committing the bodies to it, but B is very much at risk. Lag may charge on forward in this position. They absolutely are. The duels are on. First one won by Boss, and all the rest seem to be going their way as well. No, excuse me, it's going to be trades back and forth. Felt like they'd have the advantage, but now, finally, they do, and even better, a 3v1, and it ends promptly. No bomb plant comes through.
Can't quite seal that one up there. Slight. Knocking down the 3K there, finding comfort. I think it's got a little chaotic there. Gotta say, great molly that not only, denies the bomb plant, but also, unfortunately, steps right into it a little bit later with his low HP. So, I mean, she's not able to escape with any more damage in this round. Finally, the guns do come out. Things looking a little bit rocky in terms of the way that Boss are holding down these sites. I want to see Lag try and string in more execution utility, more flashes like this right here. Their utility looking incredibly strong, and slight tapped out of the round. Mason looking dominant here, sets bin lead up, and
oh my
God, with a 2-piece bin lead. He's been taking his vitamins today.
Yeah, Ben is on. I mean, certainly not as crazy of a performance here on Ancient as it was on Inferno, but, he's good for those 2Ks, it seems. Brings his team back into it, lags, and then gets caught with his back turn, and B-Wills almost whiffs that one. He was trying to play trigger discipline, but Sandman cannot flick around quickly enough to take care of that target. Wolf and DJ, last 2 available. Fruit Cup taking the initiative. Wolf could have the advantage here. Fruit Cup sees the barrel. There it is. Freebie for Fruit Cup. And now he'll fall away, try to get this last, and he absolutely will. Boss starting to take control here on their map pick.
It feels like right now what we're seeing here is B. Wilson and Binley kind of rolling back the years as a combo. That multi-kill coming through there. So fierce turn in that corner. And Fruit Cup looking sharp as can be to close things out. Timeout forced out of Lag. They were able to do so much with that fight towards middle. It's not often you're able to tap Slight out of a round like that and create space when he's on the scene. The rotations looked strong. And yet still Binley changes the tone.
Yeah, like have to talk things over for sure, because Boss have been perfect so far on their CT side. Obviously expected them to be strong going onto their favorite side of the map. This has been an explosive start for them. Lag discussing, okay, what do we invest into? We can get the AK out around those 4 pistols, maybe try and work around that A site. And it looks like, at the very least, they're leaning A in the direction of A. Could still be a mid play on the cards here. As it stands, no. They are going to go towards main. There's going to be a PrizePicks check mark for Slight for more than 30.5 frags, and he's already got another one under his belt, and a second, could be even a third for him. He's got the support of Ben, so we can comfortably peek in towards A main. They don't even need the op at this stage, because Darty takes care of Wolf, and Consti is the last one available. Consti finds one, but only one, and done. Slight hits the 3rd shot of the round for himself, a 12th frag on the board with that last one, and it will be 10-7 for Boss.
Round where he gets his prize pick check mark, finds a 3K thereafter. Continued to find impact right there. I mean, they needed one of those clean rounds as well. I feel like some of these coming down to the wire, losing out on the opening advantages. It's so good to have that in your back pocket. 4 survive, 3 AKs recovered on the defense. Heading into this gun round, op still maintained. So you build a little bit of a foundation. Boss obviously winning these rounds, but being able to do so in a clean fashion. Bit of a statement. Oh my god.
What?
He wills
Oh
flying around that corner, and Mason doesn't get to play the round, and it's looking like Consti won't either. Multiple players doing so much damage right now. And taking in that molly just a tad from B-Wills on the fadeaway. I'm surprised you didn't see a little bit of aggression roll through there. Good thing they didn't. Trying to queue up for execution in towards this B side, it seems, but just a molly tossed in and a deep smoke that I don't think even connected. And they're forced into plan B. Well, the first attack there, plan A, was to go towards that B site. Now they're having to take the long way around, walk through T spawn to reroute this play. And they have to do so walking wounded and with less utility.
Lag are in trouble. Boss have 2 players towards the A site, 3 at B, but they've got the read. 30 seconds left. The 2 B players of the 3 are going to rotate over towards A. In fact, everyone's off
coming.
of B. This is so dangerous for Lag. Wolf charging forward, completely blinded, and they're getting riddled with bullets. Bodies are dropping everywhere.
My
And Slight
God.
doing it with the nade, the op, everything he's got at his disposal. Another multi-kill round for him, and an 11-7 lead for Boss.
You just see the joy on Ben Lead's face as they close out that round. Everything going their way. HE's bombarding. Up shots through the smoke. There was not a chance to make it out of that chokehold with 20 seconds left. When you take that B lane space that late into the round, the thought in Ben Lead's mind is just knowing we got him. We were a step ahead. And that's what it's going to feel like in the server right there for Lag. Your opposition was just that much quicker. Feeling gonna linger here. So now they try and speed things up, make sure that they're the ones that are firing first. Flashbang looking good, but B-Wills, despite being blinded up, catches 2, catches another on the edge of the smoke. Mason trying to sneak his way through it, maybe trying to recover the bomb at this point. Ends up showing a little bit too much shoulder. It's blasted for his troubles. Bomb is down. Serious point looking likely here for Boss. Unless he can find anything, but he gets charged by the firing squad.
They're all here.
Slight's here at the 5-7. He's not even using the op. That's funny stuff.
Yeah. There you go, Fruit Cup with the last 12-7 for Boss. They have 5 opportunities to close out the map and the series, and look at all that blue on the round recaps. Not a single round loss for Boss here in this second half. And Lag just haven't found the answers. They're just going to run it right on through. See if they can finally get something here. 4 AKs in the AWP util situation's okay for them, but it's fantastic for Boss, and they're going to utilize that advantage quite handily here in towards mid. Ben Lee tucked into Cubby. Darty getting aggressive. Darty loses that fight. Do they expect Ben to be here? The Molotov is not thrown perfectly, and Ben is going to be an absolute menace for Lag if they choose to charge in towards mid. Right now, they're held back, and now they've lost Slight, so I feel like they'll probably be really comfortable walking into this. Yes, it's a 5v3, but maybe Ben can strike and do some meaningful damage. As it stands, it looks like he's going to have to take a fight here, and he could overlook the player at boxes. He absolutely will. Mason, doesn't actually. Realizes right at the last moment, and will go down to 17 HP, but does at least get one back.
Gets him sway into Donut here. And can he find anything more? Some extra damage. That's quite nice, but Fruit Cup's position being laser focused in at this off of Consti. He's not going to miss that shot. And there we have it. 12 locked in the first round of the board. Going to be put together here by Lag. Not ready to give up on this one just yet. Those 5 AKs that were once possessed. Looking like they could hit the dirt. He was going to go on with another kill. Looking to go out swinging. He wants some frags right now. As much damage as he can do would be very valuable. He ends up falling pretty quickly, but at this stage in the game, as many rebuys as you can force means less utility, less flashes, more Galils that you're playing up against. It's almost a team kill for Consti. But instead, like stabilize here, going to find themselves 8.
All right, well, a round on the board for Lag, but they've got to do it 4 more times up against Guns, likely almost to the finish line. 4 M4s, one of them an A4. AWP there for Boss. I think it was a little disjointed on that aggression from Darty. Didn't really have the support from Ben. Went for an isolated duel because Ben's just trying to hide in Cubby, and of course the Molotov's kind of keeping him in place. If Lag go down mid, that round ends very differently, but they decide against it. Maybe they realize the Molotov was a little bit off. I don't know. Either way, Slight's going to get the opener towards Consti. There are players aggressing out of A main, and Slight gets away with his life. Reinforcements have arrived, and Darty will deliver another frag towards Boss, and he gets back into Donut. This is so problematic for Lag, who cannot find the trades. They're going to have to deviate completely off of the A site. They send a player into mid alone. So if this doesn't go the way of Sandman, then you're looking at a 5v2, and there it is, 5v2. Ben Leet delivering that, and he's getting aggressive as well. He's feeling it right now, Cole. Gets himself a second. Mason, the last one standing, the only one that can keep things within reach for Lag, and he will at least get a headshot. A second, but not a third. He falls at the end of it, and Lag will also find their way out of the NA Revival Series number 9. Boss advances.
Yeah, I mean, exciting stuff right there. You have more of a full team influence, but I would say the powerhouse of B-Wills and Ben Leet right there in this series overall, doing so much heavy lifting. Ben Leet in map 1 dominating, still having moments to dominate there in map 2 as well, and B-Wills just containing control. That little combo effort right there, you know, Ben Leet going back to one of his comfort pieces and B-Wills and constantly playing off of each other again leads to a lot of success in this victory in particular. Leads me to a lot of excitement here. So active for that duo and being able to win those duels. You can see what happens when everything's according to plan there. I guess outside of that 0-9 scoreline that came through early on from Boss, but at the turn of the second half, we really saw them turn up the game a notch here throughout the entire series, and that's what's so impressive here from this Boss roster.
And we can't forget, it wasn't easy for them in that first half of action on Ancient either, right? Like, they got the first 2 rounds, but then Lag stormed forward, and they really had to poke and prod and just scrape away to get rounds towards the tail end. And finding 5 on T side was a gift, because they're very good on their CT side. We saw how good they are, charging forward to up to a 12-7 scoreline before Lag are even able to get a singular round on the board. And yeah, I mean, that's just impressive for them, and a confidence builder, I think, Cole, going into the next round of play.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a good tone setter here. And even with the fact that, you know, the competition is going to get more and more challenging as you move forward, you get off to slow starts, you know that you can come back into these games here now as well. You know, a lot of positive signs for this squad as they look to make their strides on throughout the bracket. a good tone setter here. Lag's a difficult team, one of the more difficult, opening draws that you could pull from here,
Yeah.
really. And so the way that Boss do it here in a 2-0, even if it's not the quickest of fashions on map one, the fact that they still sweep the series, making their lives easy is a positive sign for the squad.
All right. Well, we're going to take a quick break before we get started with our next series. But before we do, we have to thank the people who make this NA Revival series possible. And of course, those people are from PrizePicks, guys. The NA Revival series is sponsored by PrizePicks. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat projections to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity to host the NA Revival series. Guys, we are now going to hit that break, but when we come back, we'll have In Control up against Getting Info.
Sub to Flom. Gift 5. Shh.
right, we're back with the NA Revival Series number 9 here, brought to you by PrizePicks, and we're getting ready for Getting Info up against In Control. And I mean, on the surface here, Cole, it feels like this one's setting up to potentially be a very one-sided affair in favor of Getting Info, but I guess we never know what we're going to get, right?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think In Control, while obviously not expected to offer up these big upsets, right? We're able to, create a little bit of surprises here and there. Think
Yeah,
about,
right.
most recently versus M80,
Yes.
with a map victory on Mirage. So maybe some kind of disruptive play coming through from In Control can happen again here today versus this Getting Info squad. In my mind, though, this is a Getting Info squad that is looking for business as usual, and when they play teams like In Control, they're usually dominant.
Yeah, more than likely. And I mean, look, you're also looking at an M80 squad that during that period of time was a little shaky. That was like their shaky moment after getting off to that honeymoon start with their newest edition of Hex. And then afterwards, they kind of, well, we saw their recent performance making it to the main stage at a big event, which was fantastic for them. So yeah, I don't know how much credence we can put into that Mirage win, or not how much credence, but how much weight we can put into that
Mhm.
Mirage win for End Control, even though it is still an achievement in itself to get a win up against M80. But yeah, we look at the bracket here. We're doing In Control, Getting Info. We got Marsborn up against Fisher College. And I think that Marsborn Fisher College, like you highlighted earlier, will probably be, a very close affair. But let's focus in on this one. Let's just jump right into the rosters and to our Prize Picks analyst segment and talk about this Getting Info squad that does have one change on the Getting Info roster, and that will be Markey, who is out. And we've go. Yeah, Markey who's out, and then it's going to be Infinite who's in. I'm just seeing Markey here still. So
Yeah, yeah.
obviously this is because it was a last minute change, and it wasn't something that was able to be accommodated for. But Infinite is still a very good piece, even though he hasn't really played much this season. I should say not only this season, but this year, right? Only one BO3 under his belt, and it was subbing for Getting Info. So he's familiar with the squad at least.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like a solid fit. I am interested to see what sort of form he's going to come into this matchup with. Is he going to be able to fire on all cylinders out of the gates, and not really create any questions? So that'll be a big question mark here for Getting Info and opportunity. When you talk about the known quantities though on this roster, I feel like maybe Shane's numbers have shot up a little bit. Maybe that's due
Yeah.
to the level of competition, but this is more in the realm of where I expect Shane's numbers to be at here at this point. I think last time it was pretty crazy low, given the fact that he's an anchor player. He's not oftentimes going to get a lot of activity in terms of, CT sides because he's not playing the most common spots. But when teams target him, he's going to bring home multi kills. He's going to bring home that big impact. And that's why, it still feels like he could be an explosive piece of the puzzle. Whereas Dia, who's going to be floating around the map at all of the action with his op, that's one of his specialties, is always going to be involved. He's always going to be a part of the action. So, that's one big piece. And then, of course, Slump, on the rifle. I'm interested to see
Yeah.
if that storyline continues, right? Can he keep up the firepower here as a rifler?
Yeah, I think he doesn't even have to be the best player on the squad. Just being above a rating of 1, I would say, is enough for this squad. And I feel like he absolutely could put up numbers like that. We could see him go above the 27.5 frag estimate, but I feel more it's going to be hovering around that range. So, yeah, I'm not sure if he's going to light a fire like he did in his opening matches right at the last Anti Revival series. We were so surprised with what he was able to achieve, but definitely Dia is going to be great. Shane is the one I feel like has to step up a little bit more. He's definitely capable of it. It was just that Markey was kind of stealing the limelight there on his lurking presence and how powerful he can be in that role. But I think Shane as a rifler is very, very good. And so is Infinite. So I don't want to take anything away from Infinite. I think he absolutely will be fine, especially up against, this In Control roster who will now laser focus in on. To talk about these players, I mean, I'm surprised to see the numbers that high, to be honest with you, because this matchup is setting up to be quite one-sided, and I'm not even sure that any of these will be possible to hit if Getting Info come out as we expect them to.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, right? I expect the numbers to be a little bit lower. I feel like Calamity can be a big boom or bust
Yeah.
piece of the puzzle, right? Like, I think his peaks when he's hitting his stride, because He obviously, I think, is a guy that's going to go aggressive. He's a guy that buys the SMGs over and over and over again. He's not really one to ever save, so that always creates opportunities. And also, if they do get off to a hot start, it's going to create a lot of eco kills for him, which is going to make things interesting. But that does depend on them getting on to, a favorable kickoff of the game and starting off well. So, obviously, I think Calamity could be an interesting piece of the puzzle. And on top of that, I think when Beast is playing good, they're typically winning as well. So, a point of interest there with how he goes for opening duels, with how he can get aggressive if he's feeling comfortable. It's usually, or at least if this team's feeling comfortable, it's usually because he's doing good.
All right. Well, all that being said, let's jump right into the vetoes and see which maps we'll be playing on here between these two squads. And honestly, I'm not sure if it matters too much, given the fact that getting into a pretty deep map pool. But this is the best pick, honestly, that In Control could bring through. Right? If you look at the struggles for getting info over the last 3 months, they have happened on Mirage, which is a surprise because Snav teams or Snav-led teams and this core in general tends to do quite well on this map. So they just haven't been having the best of luck and against teams that you expect them to, even though it's like full 24 round games, right? Against Money Crew, Mythic, and Marker Registrata. I expect getting info to take those ones every single day of the week, but they lost 11 to 13 3 times in a row. And that's got to be frustrating for them, especially that came right before that was a 1 to 13 loss to M80, which started that whole string of losses. But they did recover up against Chicken Coop, winning 13 to 2, and then the Boss double overtime madness, winning 19 to 17. So I feel like, as that being said, like Mirage is probably the best bet for In Control, like I mentioned before. After that, it just leans towards getting info, no matter which way you slice it.
Yeah. I mean that's going to be their big opportunity to open up proceedings here for In Control. It was a similar case for them when they won their at least map versus M80 and that kind of point of struggle there for that squad. That was a big opportunity for In Control to kind of take some space. It was a narrow victory for them, but they got the job done here. And they get to press on a bit of a pressure point here. I mean, you talk about Snav teams and always really feeling comfortable on Mirage, but I feel like their lows can be really frustrating, and that's why I think we can see them stoop down to some really tough losses that they shouldn't necessarily be taking. So trying to course correct here, right the ship for this squad here. They're gonna need, Dia obviously, who can be so explosive on the op, to have his influence to find some success here. And if he's able to do that, I don't think they'll have any troubles. I put a lot of emphasis on Dia here because his way the way that he works this map. Whereas I think Mirage can create a lot of opportunities for oppers. He feels like he gives himself the most shots on these maps almost every time he's playing it. So if he's able to do that again here versus In Control, I don't think they're going to have troubles.
No, yeah, and Mirage is so good for Dia. You look at his numbers, 1.32 rating, plus 4.51% round swing, which is very, very good. And 25.5% of his rounds, he gets a multi-kill. And that's 1 in 4 rounds. He's finding multi-kills. So yeah, definitely going to be the piece to shut down if you want to find victory on the In Control side. And as we already mentioned, if you don't get it on Mirage, you're probably cooked. I don't see a path forward for them after if Mirage is not a victory, because Nuke has been very, very good for getting info. And if you look at In Control, yes, they play Nuke, but the teams they were up against is advanced level, right? We're looking at Wanted Goons and Nocturnal. That's not the same as playing up against the Getting Info squad against Nuke. So they are going to be very much out of their element on that second map of play. And even when we get to Ancient, that might have a better chance of victory for In Control, but it's hard to say that because when they played up against M80, Blue Jays, and Boss, all ECL level competition, they lost all of those ones without getting into double-digit rounds. So it's not painting a pretty picture for In Control, but that's the reality. They're the severe underdogs here.
Yeah, I mean they have a bit of a mountain to climb here in this head-to-head. I think this is a team that again has shown capabilities delivering upset maps. But what I mentioned earlier is that getting info pretty typically are able to succeed versus these like kind of upstart teams and rosters that are trying to rise. I feel like these are usually the success stories of this team. You look at the rosters that they've lost to in recent history. It's teams like Blue Jays, Game Hunters, wild card M80, are their last 4 losses. Other than that, a lot of victories here in series, and so that just goes to show that they have Pretty dominant affair.
What?
Shane got a new look there. I know he's been big into snowboarding, but he went full on Santa Claus here in this case.
What is happening here? I need answers. Is this the cam we're getting for Shane? He's always having a little bit of fun on his cams, but I'm assuming this is just a temporary occurrence, even though it's kind of hilarious. A little early for Christmas there, Shane. We got Halloween first.
That's true. Yeah, usually
Yeah.
people say Thanksgiving first.
Yeah.
So
We're way ahead for that one, but hey.
yeah, had a schedule there big time. Got to get through a couple holidays there. First things first. Yeah, that's a crazy
Wow.
dude, man. Calamity rocking rocking first of all the earbuds, and then that hair's it's let free because of those earbuds. And I gotta say, the cowlick, it's a cowlick. I'm being told there. Yeah, he's letting that fly.
That looks like a little bit of bedhead or something. Like you just got out of bed. Honestly.
Good morning.
Yeah, like, hey, how's it going at gamer hours now?
That hair's not moving.
No.
It is fully still. That's a good look, though. That's a good look. That just shows, how wild he can get in the server. He likes to get a little bit aggressive there with the Mac 10s and such.
His hair's standing on end. Getting ready. He's eager to get started here, and we should be underway in just a little bit, folks. I think we're just waiting to sort out a few minor issues. We got 2 players need to join up on the server, and then we'll be ready to go. And in the meantime, we can look at Shane's Santa Claus. It's like I'm kind of torn between creepy and cute here.
I'll give you the tie-breaking vote. Then I say full on creepy. That is a scary looking Santa Claus. That is absolutely terrifying. Shane.
Whoa, that looks crazy in game.
It does look hilarious. That's who's controlling it there. This is the future.
I need to see the mouse cam here. Like, how is this Santa Claus aiming?
It's that little light that he has in his hand.
It's like a candle.
Yeah,
wand
it's motion. It's like the Wii remote. he's just moving his hand, and it's controlling the mouse there. The Wii remote sensors have gotten a lot better since, so you can actually be pretty precise with it. I remember back in the day, my friend, one of my neighbors had a Wii that had all the games on it. It had Call of Duty on the Wii,
really?
Which I didn't know was a thing, but this was a thing, because we were playing Call of Duty on it, and I had a Wii remote that had a joysticks and stuff, whereas everyone else that played on the Wii pretty typically would have the motion sensors and stuff like that. And I just remember destroying these lobbies full of Wii players playing Call of Duty because they were on motion control for their aim, and I had a remote as a bonus. And so yeah, you had some really fun games. It was pretty much like farming bots that couldn't shoot back.
But yeah, because it's terrible aiming with that Wii remote. Absolutely atrocious.
But Shane's mastered it, of course.
Okay, well, yes. He's ready to rock there, and he's also transformed himself into the creepiest Santa that you'll see. So that's another achievement in itself that we need to consult him about and say, hey, what's this dark magic going on that allows you to do this?
I feel like Dia's got to get onto this meta here. He's one that doesn't like the cameras, so get him onto a Santa Claus of his very own. Or you can put the ski mask back on. I actually don't know if that's allowed. I feel like you should probably show your face at least. But
you
hey, if Santa's on the server, then Shane's Santa. Maybe Santa is real and it's just Shane.
I don't know. I guess we're allowing it to go through here with just the Santa. It's kind of weird, but all right. It's going to make for some interesting content, let's say, as we get ready to get going. I think Fake Knife has started, which is irrelevant for us because we already know. Okay. So we're not happy with Santa, guys, which is what was expected, but I think it's still hilarious. We should just keep Santa on the shelf behind him or something. Like, keep him as a
On the
prop.
couch or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah,
Make sure he's
exactly.
in the picture at least.
There you go. Put him in
I
the
wanna
picture, but yeah, go ahead.
I want to see that. Is that a This Is Us pillow
It is.
from the show?
I don't know.
Or is this like a saying, like, I don't know. It's a throw pillow. I don't think you get a throw pillow of a TV show. But I used to like This Is Us back in the day.
I don't think it's from the show. The logo and the word mark doesn't
It
look
doesn't
the
look
same.
the same, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just a
It's just a
pillow.
pillow. Yeah, this has
Oh.
the combo there of Christmas storage and Shane's personal little
Yeah.
computer zone there.
It's like the
I
parents
see
like,
his shoulder. I see his shoulder there.
Oh,
There he
oh,
goes.
no!
Santa down. Where are you going? He's leaving. He's got to deliver presents.
Shane the entertainer. Well, he's got it. No, he's got to not deliver them. He's got to prepare them. You got to go get the presents ready, buddy. Go with your elves. Make the gifts. Get the toys ready to deliver. I mean, they have a whole year to prepare, so only 3 more months. Oh my goodness. But yeah, it looks like they ran out of storage in the house, and they're like, go live in the attic, and we'll put the storage there too. That's the situation.
Where's he supposed to sleep with all those pillows on the couch? Why do they always have so many pillows? Are you I know you're a throw pillow age, right? Do you have a lot of throw pillows in your couch?
Yeah. We got a few. Yeah.
I think you just collect them over the years.
Yeah, we have Totoro ones, which are actually pretty cool. I got them from Comic-Con. Anyway, let's get into the action here. Scorchy gonna get the opener onto Snav. We're finally started here on Mirage, and in control. Are looking pretty good on the pistol. They've got control of the A site. Shane, or Santa, will be firing off. Your Infinite does manage to get one back. Bomb planted, but it's not looking good for In Control now. Here comes getting it. Oh my goodness! 3 out of nothing there for In Control, and Scorchy gets the quad kill.
Save it right there. Scorchy needing to lift off there. An absolute necessity, locking down the opening pick right there and denying access. A huge lineup in JS Feldner and Scorchy firing down range for all the kills here. In control, able to lift off with the pistol. And this is, again, kind of a necessity here to get off to an early start and try and follow up off that success here. On the other end of the server, though, getting info, getting aggressive with the force buy. P9's and an ump in the server. Like what I'm seeing. Double up boost in towards ladder. A lot of priority on this position. And a lot of teams love to work up catwalk for these sort of rounds. But in this case, Santa's got to be tasked with holding down this B side.
Santa's second job as a Counter-Strike pro right now. Not, he's got some spare time to start fragging out here up against In Control. Smoke already there and waiting to be tossed with the information gain. Inter finds the opener here on to Tyra. That's a very good one to find it. Uh-oh! Getting info's force buy is phenomenal. No casualties yet, and only Scorchy left, who had that 4K to save the day for In Control on the pistol. But now he's just trying to go for a 1v5 to keep them in the lead.
And Santa does what Santa does best, and that's lock down the B site right there. That is just textbook of how Shane is able to deliver on these B side defenses. Just phenomenal work being done here. Scorchy watching the bullets fly by, and a smoke lineup, but Snav collects straight through it. AK can go and be picked up as well. It is found. And 4 Galils maintained. Not a single casualty taken on this force buy. A flawless round coming through from Boss is the answer off the back of losing the pistol.
Wow, that is insane. In Control will force up and try to respond there, but it won't be as potent for them. 4 Deagles and a Tech 9 trying to go for those 1 digs with JS Feltner, but they won't connect. Wide of the mark. Beast looking to do the same from top mid with Scorchy by his side, and a shot does connect, but it's at the leg, and Dia's like, what is this? I got this AK, I'm gonna take care of business. Snap with the nade, and then the Galil as well. Getting info, absolutely brutalizing in control, and it will be another clean round for them.
I just very clean conversion right there. No casualties taken for now back-to-back rounds. And now Boss going to be able to take full control. Here's my question. After not watching In Control for a little while, or actually Calamity in particular, I wonder if he still does it. Because this is one of those scenarios where I don't know if there's a lot of justification for forcing a MAC-10. But in the past, he's been willing to do it and keep the pressure on the investment. I do think he'll elect for the full eco this time, though.
Yeah, I feel like discipline's going to be really important in a matchup like this if you want to even have a chance, right? So I don't think we're going to get that time and time again. Even, I mean, that being said, like a MAC-10 can be very potent in any round, so I don't know that it's necessarily a bad idea. I kind of like seeing those risky plays being made, but you need to also bear in mind that your competition will really punish you if you don't have full rifles available at some point in a half. But you might anyway. Anyway, look, it's just going to be a complete domination from getting info again. They do lose one piece. J.S. Feltner, last one standing. A bomb plant is a subtle victory for In Control, but other than that, getting info going to cruise to a third.
Quick and easy right there. I'm with you. Bomb plant, fantastic work. Santa's officially gone. Still got the snowboard, though, at least. At least she's laughing there. There's also a little plushie in the background. Is that a little plushie? Do you see that next to the snowboard?
I do.
What is that?
It's like a Master Chief plushie.
That's what I was thinking. But it could also just be a Christmas decoration. Maybe it's a little elf.
That would be actually it might be.
Yeah,
that would be amazing. Having
it's
the
elf
and Santa. Look, Shane. I'm just saying.
There's more evidence that Shane is actually just Saint Nick.
He's making a list and checking it twice. Dia going to get the opener there onto Tyra. I just want him to have like a little village set up in the background of Christmas stuff, you know?
Slowly more decorations come through every time we pay it to him.
Exactly. We'll see what happens here. But in the server right now, it is turning into kind of what we expected. Getting info, taking care of business, In Control, need to find something. Someone needs to step up. It was Scorchy in the pistol round who pulled it off for them, even though it looked like getting info, we're going to rip it away. Scorchy's the one to do the ripping and tearing. Dia, misses the flick there towards Connector. But In Control are still at a very big disadvantage.
Oh, got the jump peek. Wow, that's pretty. And this is the issue right now for In Control is Dia's influence with the op. He's able to fight on all fronts. Finds the opening duel towards middle, and then instantly rotates through CT, then cuts off Connector. Just positionally playing incredibly strong so far. See if Beast can collect anything. That's a nice headshot. We're going to follow up, though, from Dia to finish off the job. And there's no hesitation here. Getting info. Completely punish the gun round. Only a single death here taken. Actually, 2 deaths taken in the last 4 rounds so far for getting info is all that they've had so far, so that's consistency right there for sure, and it's worrisome for In Control that they can't quite find these kills since the pistol.
Yeah, it's oftentimes you see that type of occurrence, right, where a team that's considered a severe underdog will come through in the pistol. You'll see something interesting happen, like, okay, maybe they can string it together, but after that, you know, the favorite starts to really take command. Shane, tossing util out, Snav finds Tyra, another opening duel one, and there's Calamity. We talked about it. He is going to get that MAC-10 bought up and goes down to 300 for it. And he's dead. Shane taking care of that, finds another. Scorchy is the one to strike for his 5th frag, but Outside of that, it'll be all getting info. 5th round picked up.
See. In full rain there. Again, those kills still struggling to come through here over the grand scheme of things. And the money is kind of getting out of control. Snav is on 15k, Infinite on 15, nearly. So the money is stacking up high here for the getting info camp, which is not what you like to see. Back of your pistol win. Not a lot of defaulting going on here. An off spawn A call. No smokes in play just yet. They are landing soon though. And they patiently wait things out, and a missed off shot creates 3 opening duels in quick succession. Now line up here for Snav. He's just gonna fire down range. Somehow doesn't track anything. And now, 5v1 rather. Shane left last man standing in control. Able to collapse on this A bomb site. Don't want to lose too much here though.
No.
Shane, 2 quick punishes. Leaving a couple gifts at their doorstep here. Now the HE gonna finish him off. Tyra gonna deliver the finishing blow there and in control. They are gonna get their second, and that one looked so easy.
Yeah, it really did. I believed in Shane for a moment there with how crispy was those headshots, but yeah, they kept it simple, right? They went for the straight fight towards. I think they left a smoke not thrown for connectors so they could get a cleaner fight out there, and it works out for them. And you see, just overloading towards A. That's where they found their success in the pistol round. The thing is, that's the only thing that's worked for them. So unless they find a second gear and are able to take some mid control or maybe work towards B, that will be easily rebuffed by getting info in future rounds, I feel.
Take the instant timeout. Cole.
Yep.
Though I am noticing that D is not on the server, so it might be a tech. I'm not sure. Either way. I think there is some stability that needs to come through there towards the A side. I do feel like if that op shot opens up the round, we could probably be looking at a different story.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that defense comes through, because you see the riflers with a little bit more comfort. That's the palace prong shut down pretty much, so sometimes I do feel like the rounds can come down to a single shot connecting. Create some openings. They take advantage here for in control. Able to capitalize with their second round on the board. See if they can keep the ball moving.
Scorchy has an interesting background going on here. I kind of just wish he had more lighting because it feels like his walls are decorated in a creative way, but we can't tell. So
See some
sad.
hats?
Yeah,
I think it's
like
a hockey poster.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, it is a hockey poster. You're right. So it's like, a sporting bedroom, I guess, a man cave.
Yeah. Pretty sweet. Doesn't have Santa, but let it slide.
we will let that slide.
I guess it is justified. There's no Santa.
It's a little early. It's a surprise from Shane. Tyra's got the glow of the sun coming from his monitor.
Not bad.
I don't understand.
Like a well-organized closet over there.
Yeah, actually. I mean, the whole room looks pretty well organized, honestly. Wait, are you being sarcastic? I'm not sure.
Yeah. It's organized enough.
Okay, sorry, I wasn't sure. Okay, we're back to Shane Cam. I'm really curious, is that can we zoom in on that like plushie? It's weird. Is that like short little legs and short little arms?
Could be. No. What is it?
Dude,
Is it a Rob said it was a frog.
A frog?
Yeah, which
Maybe.
I could see.
Yeah.
See that being a frog.
Yeah, maybe like a weird frog.
Maybe
like
behind that snowboard, a little red hat is hiding.
There's a car talking. That's a
They
really
got all
good
the
point. I didn't see
decorations,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, you got like Halloween here. You
And
got Christmas, Easter. Where are the Easter
There's a little
eggs?
Star Wars ship there as well, right next to.
That's wild. This is the best camera to explore every time we have Shane on the broadcast. There's always little details, little new things to spot out.
Like, Yeah, it's just like it's one of those like I Spies there in the
Yeah.
background where you just get to look through all the fun stuff.
All right,
Do you know what sort of ship that is
I'm not sure.
from Star Wars?
I didn't get a chance to really look at it. I don't know if it's an X. I don't think it's an X-wing, but
I'm not a big Star Wars fan, so I
Yeah.
don't know. But
I don't know all the ships, but I know a lot of them. What are we looking at in the background here, though? What's over here? Is that like is that like Garland or
I think
something?
that village.
Villages? Yeah.
There it is. There's the village.
Okay, so Shane, if we have a revival series in December, which we might, I need Shane, if he's there, to set up the whole Christmas village. So Shane,
Yeah,
if you're
we're-
gonna watch this back, please give us something fun on your camera. Should you be around for a December revival series? I have no idea what ship that is, Cole. I'm gonna be honest here. I'm not entirely sure.
Me neither.
Yeah, so neither of us know. But we know that Shane's got the Christmas decorations, so that's.
I want to see that village built the next
Yeah.
time, or the next revival series.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it'd be a bit early. I think I want to see the carved pumpkin come out maybe for the next one. You know, be in October. We'll be ready
More
for
front and center.
Halloween.
Maybe
Yeah.
that'll be his next.
Yeah.
You know, pre-game segment. There is just carved pumpkin.
Get some Nightmare Before Christmas merch out or something. You know, let's see what you got, Shane, in those boxes. Just dig through them. That's crazy. He's literally got a whole storage unit behind him. Oh boy.
Do love a good storage room there. Didn't have one in my last apartment. Now I do. So it's a game changer.
Yeah,
Having places to put your stuff.
absolutely no question.
Whether that be snowboards, starships, pumpkins, or Santa. But we do have Dia back. That's good news.
All right, Dia. Are we ready to go now? Yes, we are. 3 seconds into the next round. Round number 8 coming at you. In control. Yes, they won the previous one. Yes, their A execute has looked all right. But you'd imagine that if they try that again, it won't be a surprise at all for getting info. And they will go to B, to their credit, to try and see what they can find. And I think it makes sense. Scorchy leading the charge, also logical, considering that he's got 7 frags on the board, which is more than the rest of his team combined. Snav and Slump having a look there in towards connector. Deep smoking to get tossed, and that'll give In Control a lot of space to work with here in mid.
They show their presence. They've been pretty decisive, but trying to walk through the smoke. Actually, Tyra wins that duel.
Really?
At the mini-map there, it felt like they were going to lose that almost guaranteed, but tough head-to-head loss there for Snav. Now Op finds a timing there, catches him before the execute, and a smoke to roll out as well. Slowing the play ever so slightly. Now how do you deal with the pressure here?
What?
Another big pickup there from Dia before he gets stomped out by JS Feldner, but that leaves Infinite still on the scene. Might be a little bit overexposed there, trying to track some kills there. Can't get anything, and no help coming through either. HE would have been lovely to slow the bomb plant down or actually land a kill, but instead lands on the floor, does no damage. Only out here and jumping into action here is Shane. Nothing out of his rifle. And Slump running out of steam as well. It's 2 in a row here for In Control.
Okay. In Control pulling something together here. Yeah, that nade clipped the door frame. That was the problem and why it didn't go to the intended direction into bench. That's the first one. And Snav had no idea that Tyra was going to try pushing that smoke, just walking through it. Dia does a lot of work here, and I think, honestly, enough. It's just that Infinite overloaded and couldn't really react to the fact that he was completely surrounded without much support. And credit to In Control because that utility isolated the reinforcements from activating. It just smokes everywhere they needed to be. Snav. Toss some util towards top mid. And, you know, getting info. Yes, they still have money here because it was built up so much due to how clean those 5 rounds went their way. I think they even have another one in the bank should they lose here, but you know, it puts a lot of pressure on the In Control side. try and find another round victory or get these consecutive rounds to continue to come on through.
Well, here's Calamity. Well placed there. Ishii to follow it up, and there's the Mac 10. There's the instant double dink right there. The mobility working wonders. The entry's flowing. Snav playing a headshot. He's slocking in a headshot there. But does get caught by Scorchy's op to follow it up. 2v3. He's looking to be the hero. Molly, well placed. It's going to force the opera into the open, and a big time pickup here. Dia trying to find more. Definitely distracting for this flank here. It's Infinite still so slow on the uptick.
Oh, they're watching.
Yeah, now they're going to watch. They're going to become aware eventually. Last player still stuck in towards Sandwich. Any chance to trade? Backs turn, but he gets caught with the utility out.
Oh my
Flashbang comes
God.
through. In desperation setting in there. Tyra will deliver in the clutch, and in control will keep the ball moving.
Oh man, getting info, fumbling here. Right at the goal line. Honestly had that one. 2v1 advantage. Good work from Dia with the off, but for whatever reason, goes for the util in a situation where all you have to do is keep your gun out and get a trade. That is as simple as that. Instead, he's fumbling with util, saying, oh, do I throw, do I not? You don't have to think that hard about it. Keep it simple, and you get that win. Instead, in control, full credit to them recovering after what was kind of an onslaught for getting into where they weren't losing any bodies. We'll see if we get back to that at any point, but Snav and Infinite are making a case for it. Beast gets the trade. I mean, I feel like in control have activated enough to start having a little bit of impact and make these rounds a little bit closer, although this one is going to be tough. The Beast continuing to power forward towards this Beast site. Shane waiting on the other side of Van and will demolish him. Erased from the server. Snav finds JS Feltner, and now Tyra's position is known. 2 nades there that will likely be tossed in his direction once they arrive on the scene. There's the first, then they don't even need them. Shane with the bullets finishes the job, and getting info, find a 6th.
Shane there combining with 2 apiece, delivering on the B site defense there, denying the catwalk crawl. And Infinite with his one as well. Shane just feels impossible to uproot in this B site when he's actually on the site proper. So good with that defensive utility. I think he's just been through the ringer 1,000 times, so he knows every move. He knows where he needs to look next. It's all about that repetition and able to offer up the sequence here. In control, going to continue with the speed run of these plays.
No, but
All out A aggression, rolling out the op ready to go. Not a bad trade. An angle forward facing. Smoke lands up in towards the belt just in time, but Slump lines up some smoke spam off the back of it, and Snav collapses in as well. Op to be recovered in towards Ticket, and he will grab it.
honestly, that's the problem I was talking about, right? Eventually, that quick play won't be surprising anymore. And getting in for it, just ready and waiting. Dia delivering shot after shot. Surprised he gets fragged in that situation, but then they absolutely collapse towards the ramp and in control. Don't have anything to offer up. 7th round picked up for getting info. In control, they've got a force buy. It's not going to be great. 2 Mac 10s, 2 Tech 9s, and a lone rifle in Beast's hands. Which, quite honestly, may be better off than Scorchy's the way he's been playing. JS Feltner catches Snav looking the wrong way. This is the 2nd time Snav has been fragged over that connector position, and it opens up a lot of space for In Control to work with. Down to a 3v3 now, and the A site has been lost.
Lackadaisical there for Tyra, but ultimately goes unpunished. Dia playing close range with the op. Teammates are not sliding through jungle, and Shane eventually just finds the headshot anyways. They're rolling through CT now off the back of that. So much to clear for the getting info camp. No one rolling up CT. Scorchy and Calamity looking to combine here. The closing statement. Perfect flashbang. Isolate. Smoke on top of the bomb. Smoke spam coming through. Protection offered up from Shane in the closing statement. Bomb wasn't really planted for CT, was it?
No.
So it ends up being a position of weakness there for In Control, and getting info going to take 8 off the back of it.
I think they kind of panicked a little bit once they lost Tyra, right? Because that was that one player they really needed in a position that the bomb was planted for. So like, okay, they're towards CT, maybe we should take the fight in that direction. But eventually they double back to the site, realize they don't really have what they need to defend that bomb. And well, you know, the result is, as you saw, Shane taking care of business and an easy smoke defusal, even if Shane doesn't get those frags, honestly. 8-4 in favor of getting info. Who, after losing the pistol round, struck back for 5. Then you saw a little bit of a mini run for in control for 3 in a row, but at the end of it, getting info are the ones in control.
Wow. Who would have thought? Trying to speak it into existence there is in control, but it turns out getting info is also important in Counter-Strike. Tyra able to do a little bit of chip damage. They get run down so fast. Dual Berettas under Balk don't get much either. And that'll be site gained. With a disruptor here inside of a ramp. Scorchy spotted out. Protection for the plant enough to lock in the digits. Keeping him at range here. This is so chaotic with the pistol, but Slump finding a crucial kill on 6 HP. Looking for another one! 4 kills and barely hanging on. But now can use that bomb as a timer there in the 2v1. Wow!
What?
Wallbang coming through there from JS Feldner with the Glock. You never see that here. Now Dia. Oh, in a great reposition. JS Feldner. Sure, he can find the kill. He's going to get a swing, but is there enough time for the defuse? Absolutely not. JS Feldner going to have to bail out of this one. And Slump just doing enough with his 4 frags. Dia staying alive is going to secure things.
I don't remember the last time I saw, or if I ever saw, a Glock wallbang into connector here on Mirage, but that's what we just got. Actually, it wasn't a Glock, it was a P2K, but either way, that's pretty wild. Getting info. Find the 9th off of Slump's beautiful headshot. If he doesn't get that shot, then they probably lose another pistol round, but Slump is up to the task. Quad kill, which potentially could have been an ace if he had a chance to fight for it, but the wallbang took care of that. So we move on. Round number 14. 4 spy on for in control. JS Feltner with the A1S. Everyone else on to either an MP9 or a Deagle. In fact, it's only the lone Deagle for Tyra. They are stacking up the B site, gambling that getting info will go in that direction, and unfortunately for them, this gamble is not a good one.
Still on the money. That's a nice block, but not going to stop them from pressing forward. Full execution here, a little bit more diligence being done from getting info before they make their moves. Maybe Tyra can create some space for himself. He goes a little bit wide there. Follow-up smokes come through. There's that cutoff. Dia getting pressured by the Deagle and still fights his way through the adversity. So many low HP bars for both sides. Shane's starting to get some comfort here, as well as Infinite to secure up the round through elimination. Getting info, going to take double digits and punish the force.
Honestly, we're getting exactly what we thought we would from Shane in terms of the sharpness on the aim and mechanics, and stepping up in the absence of Markley, who's no longer with the squad. I think that's a really good look from him. Dia's Dia. I mean, he's always been good, and he continues to be. He's getting info. Really starting to cruise along here against his in control squad, even though we've seen moments and flashes where in control like this right here are getting something, right? But it ends up being nothing in this round. Shane and Slump are going to combine for 3.
Stabilize here. Shane going to continue to farm things up. 18 frags for himself. Finding a whole lot of comfort. He blows the MP9 every which way. JS Feldner trying to keep track of it. Goes turn around that corner though. Snap to seal things up. 11 locked in before we see the guns come through once again.
Yeah, it's just turning into a bit of a firepower duel, and when that happens, getting info will have the edge every single time in this matchup. They are on to 11 in control, bringing the guns out. Maybe the only time they'll have a full buy in this half if they don't win it here. 3 A1Ss, the A4 for Beast, and Scorchy on the AWP. Tyra Spamming through the smoke, a lot of damage done to Infinite, but the problem is they lose the space. Now it's up to JS Feltner to try and hold the line. I think that's Shane trying to get in there, but he can't win the fight. JS Feltner finds the opener. Trade not available just yet. There goes the nade, and it puts JS Feltner under enough pressure that he needs to back off here and go back to the site proper, but his job has already been done.
Finding the equalizer there. Tyra just going for a bold peek into connector, trying to fight for a little bit of that mid control. They've got themselves a solid little 4v4. Re-aggression coming through from Calamity. Could be deadly. He's just clearing out all the information. All clear towards middle. All clear towards Cat. Nothing in connector. Things oddly silent.
Yeah.
Slump fully still, and well, now they're gonna rotate back over towards B as well.
Really?
Gotta trust the defense on A, I guess.
I felt like the read was A there. This could cost him. B's gonna get one, traded out immediately. Scorchy connects onto Snap. 3v2 in favor of In Control. Dia's gonna have to do some work, and he already does, finding that first slump, looking for the second. Won't get it. Cut short by 17 points of health, and JS Feltner saves the day up against Dia. 2K for him on the round, and a 5th pulled off by In Control.
I was just shocked by Slump not really being able to provide much impact there when Dia finds the success. After all that Calamity did to clear out middle, the element of surprise fully in his favor, and it's just a 5th spray there, changing the tides of that round. That one leaves a lot to be desired. Dia down early as well. In control. Gonna regain some steam here. Tyra. Don't want to be caught isolated there with the MP9. Got a rifle to back him up. But he doesn't last long. Shane's just having a field day right now. Looks like he's in aim training.
Yeah.
With how he's finding these entries.
No, he's really locked in, honestly. Almost up to 20. There's the smoke break. They're watching it. 3 players with their crosshairs there. You don't want to peek that tire, and I think the Spidey sense is tingling a little bit. So he backs off. Gonna see a boost into window. This is not being watched at all for In Control, so easily getting info can slip through and find the advantage. Getting info. This In Control squad will get the advantage. Tyra eliminated, and so is Beast. A site lost. This is probably a save. You need that op.
I definitely gotta hold on. Calamity. You can buy an MP9 in next round. Doesn't have to hold on to anything. Playing with fire. Seeing if Scorchy can burn him though. And instead, 1 HP for Infinity barely survives. And Scorchy should be good to save this up, depending on how much of a hunting effort goes at them. Either way, it's going to be map point claimed here by getting info on In Control's map pick. One of the maps that kind of highlighted was going to be a big opportunity for In Control to take advantage of, but just not seeing that form consistently enough here. And Scorchy not hearing this.
Did he like
Slump stampeded through the B site, and somehow he might have just stayed far enough to where he couldn't get the audio cue.
I think so. Yeah, I thought he lagged out for a second, but you're right. I think he was just a bit too far to hear it. Easy stuff there for getting info, and no saved AWP creates a lot more problems for In Control with their backs against the wall. 12-5 lead for getting info. Look at this buy-up that they have to work with. 3 MP9s, an A1S, and a scout. Getting info may just try to go fast and overload here, and that's exactly what they're doing into top mid. Beast gets the opener, though. That's through the smoke onto Infinite. Great trade from Shane, who is up to 20 frags. Looking for the 21st. Won't get that. Beast working the map with the MP9. Getting Info do have a lot of space in towards B, and no one is at the B site. Although a flank could materialize from Tyra, the problem is they lose JS Feldner on the front end, and by the time this flank is ready, I think Getting Info is going to have a bomb planted.
Trying to disrupt here. The flank already coming through there. Tyra, lightning fast on that flank. Snav can't last on the site either. And Getting Info shaking up a little bit. A little bit of speed on that rotate. Flying throughout the mix. Offers up the change. And Slump with that kill right there, thinking that they can scale in towards this B side, but too much delay from these players on In Control. They'll hang in there for another round. Forced by with Slump and Dia on deals, everyone else on rifles though, and utility to back this one up as well. No window smoke.
Who needs smoke when you've got fire? JS Feldner, he's got bullets. Takes care of Dia, spraying him down with the AK-47. Shane still alive there with the utility surrounding him. Infinite does get one from Palace, but he has to be careful because the trade could come through. He's probably going to call his teammates over and say, hey, look, I got one towards the A site, guys. Let's just send it and see what happens. And so far, so good. Scorchy trying to sneak through the smoke. Will he be able to? Snow's been rough here in this position. And yeah, again, it's the case. Scorchy with 2. Slump the last, and In Control refuse to say die up against Getting Info. They have recovered a little bit in this second half to at least start the conversation.
Nicely done there. Able to hang in there. A couple of impressive pickups. 2 rounds in a row is finally going to break the economy of this defense. Big difference maker. See them likely coast through this one. This gets 4 AKs held by the CT side. A little bit of economy in reserve. Infinite going for a duel with the Deagle. Everyone else posted up waiting for mid-aggression. Hoping that they get some freebies handed to them, some overextensions from the T side. That won't really be given though. Playing a patient game.
All right, Getting Info. Dragging things out here with just the pistols. They do have that one Deagle, and they're trying to attract... The idea is to attract the attention with the 4 players on the right side and allow the Deagle to strike from the left. But as it stands, In Control want nothing to do with aggression in this round, so Getting Info realizing that will finally get a move on here. 45 seconds left. The results of this round likely already sealed.
Play. A couple of kills. There's Infinite with 1. Snap with another. Running out of ammo
Wait,
with a 3rd.
what?
Is this how they end it? Guns recoverable. AK picked up. They're gonna need more. And
There's
Shane
no
with a
way.
headshot. Oh my god. 2v1. Shane could put the finishing touches on this one now. Calamity realizing what he's up against. And the repositions look so strong. Kit and the smoke still in play. One tucked in towards fire. The other in Palace here. You gotta get the smoke on the bomb. Crucially, and we'll see him hold on to that as he slowly clears out corners. Firebox position can be hard cleared now as well. Player spotted in Palace, jumping up there for the first. Now the smoke on top of the bomb. Gonna look to get the Palace player baited out. He's going for the stick, and the kill comes through. It's a Glock Eco that wins it out for Getting Info. That is how they close the job. A bit of a devastating in there for the side of In Control as Getting Info finish it around early.
You just can't be losing those and winning the previous ones as well. Like setting yourselves up for a beautiful round like that where you could have taken an 8th and really started to get into it. And it just doesn't work. That is so devastating, Cole. I honestly couldn't believe my eyes. I thought it was done. Like 45 seconds left and just those 4 Glocks charging down mid. Wow.
Yeah, definitely a surprising end right there for In Control. things just get way far, out of their picture. Their guns get
Yeah.
recovered. They run out of ammo. I mean, one quick deagle shot, it always feels like can do the difference. It's $700 well spent from Infinite that he finds that kill and denies much help there. And they wait for aggression so long. I do feel like it's important to have a little bit of space creation when you find yourself turtle on sights and one person whiffs a spray on 5 targets. Things can get out of control like that quite a bit, and that's what they face right there. A bit of a tough end. That's not, the way that you like to finish off games right there if you're in control.
Yeah, we're going to have a look at the numbers in just a little bit to see how the prize picks frag estimates are looking between these two squads. And well, we're going to start with getting info. Dia does not have an estimate. Oh, okay, something's weird here, but it's okay, guys. Shane, it's Infinite that should not have a prize picks frag estimate. So I believe
Yeah,
that
yeah.
Dia is the one that, anyway, I'm not sure if these numbers are accurate. We know Shane's are.
Yeah.
23 frags, and he's only 6 away from hitting that prize picks check mark.
Yeah, I mean, I said, he's going to be explosive if they target that B bomb site, which they went for a lot of off-spawn calls. That means they're hitting at least a bomb site, uh, early on in the round and doing so without mid control, where that wasn't really a point of emphasis for the side of in control. So that means he's going to be able to feast up those kills, the anchor as well, locking down a lot of impact there. And Dia kind of in the mix in the running as well. But, it did feel like Shane got the opportunities. When they hit the B bomb site and he was there, he was finding the multi kills, he was delivering like we expect. And as you highlighted here, crucially, I mean, you look at the roster, you look at the way that these kills are going to be distributed. If you're not winning a lot of rounds, you're not getting a lot of kills. And in those early stages of Mirage, when we saw the maxed out cash for getting info, there was just no kills to be had for in control.
Yeah. Yeah, and you see the result of that here. Even though they did have a bit of a comeback they were trying to mount, it's just kind of brutal, honestly. Tyra below 10, Beast as well. Calamity and JS Feltner did get to 10 and 13. The only one who would have been maybe within reach of a prize picks frag estimate is Scorchy, but he doesn't have one because I don't believe he was the full roster was confirmed in time to get that prize picks frag estimate. So look, that wraps up map number 1 here between these two squads. We now go onto a map of Nuke that's going to be coming up. And I feel like the advantage will lean quite heavily in getting Info's favor now. But we do have to take a quick break before we get there. Before we do, though, guys, make sure you check out the Complexity Flash Summer merch sale. Because if you had your eye on some Complexity merch, you're looking to buy something, you're like, this piece looks interesting. Maybe I want a jersey. Maybe I want a shirt. Now is the time, guys. You got to get everything into your cart, add it all up, and then once you're ready, use code REVIVAL for a 30% discount. So you get 30% off everything, no exceptions. Again, head to complexity.gg, check that out, use code REVIVAL, and save 30%. Guys, we're hitting that break. When we come back, map 2.
Sub to Flom. Gift 5. Shh.
All right, we're back with the second map here of the series on the PrizePicks and Revival Series number 9. And I think this one is going to get even more in favor of getting info than the first map was. We already talked about it before the break. 7-3 for getting info on Nuke over the last 3 months. But, I mean, a lot of them have been tightly contested. Look at double, triple overtime against the Blue Jays, losing 18-22 against Wildcard, winning in OT 6-13, albeit that's before Fuzi was back on the roster. And then you had that Chicken Coop win, who are no longer a team anymore either, but either way it was 22-20. A lot of little details going through in the North American scene, as is usually the case. Lots of drama here, but at the end of the day, this is a map that getting info feel comfortable on. On the other side, in control, have not faced off against competition of this level on that map.
Yeah, this is going to be their first big test of playing up against, I would say, like a elite level ECL team on this map, and that obviously is going to lead to some big challenges. Playing up against a team like Getting Info in particular, a team that just kind of handled business on Mirage, right? Off to a pistol loss in the first half there, and then closing out those next 4 rounds, getting off to such a firm foundation for their defense, and then the way that things closed, going to be fresh in your minds, losing to Glocks. Even if you were to lose in the next round up against Rifles, it would have been so much better than the way that things kind of finished up right there for In Control. Got to wipe that clean from their memory. Set their focus in on what's to come here. Rolling out here for the pistol. Ready to hop into the action here quickly. Single flash for the defense. Smoke flash into HE for Getting Info. Already tossing one in. And the flashbang as well here, trying to get things a little bit chaotic here. JS Felder tagged down. They're looking for the kill to be committed on Beast down low as well. He gets tracked down by the Glock. Chasing down all these frags here. Relies on Scorchy with the dual Berettas. He can't sustain, and neither can JS Feltner on the rotate. 4 kills in quick succession. Getting Info take the site.
Yeah, if you don't have your protocols down CT side of Nuke here, it's very difficult to hang on. It looked like In Control were constantly scrambling and guessing what direction they should go in on that attempted aggression in towards lobby, and eventually getting info come through. And there's the knife for Dia. A little bit of typing and BM probably in the server, as Getting Info are absolutely dancing around In Control in that round.
Yeah, just completely working them. Right there, the knife kills, the cherry on top. Last play you want, getting a knife kill there as well, as he had no damage taken, so head Kevlar's cheap, AK brought out. See, I think a lot of players, I think, make a big mistake and buy an op in this round and then instantly donating it over to the CT side when they inevitably get scout headshotted or 1D'd. This is okay, I'm just gonna buy a rifle. Oh. And it's a collateral connection from Tyra, and the scout headshots do rain on out. It's another one. He tears through them. Oh my god. 24 HP. He didn't even have armor. Challenges up against 3 guns. Finally put the rest, but the damage is done. The tone is set. Sideline for Scorchy. And this is such a dominant victory here for In Control.
Yeah, this is probably tied 1-1. I don't know why they're facing so much against that scout in that instance. It felt like they were stationary targets in a lot of cases. Anyway, Calamity will get the last, and Getting Info fall after winning the pistol. AKs for 3 players picked up off the ground for In Control because of how clean it was for Tyra. I mean, yeah, like, you're asking for trouble if you're just ducking and spamming from that angle up against a scout.
Sitting duck is, I believe, what you call it right there. They're just begging for scout headshots to come their way. And they get them. I actually think that's one of those cases where if he just bought an op, I bet you he lands that shot, he gets nothing in that case. But yeah. Infinite trying to do his best Tyra impression. The only thing he catches, though, is an HE. And so far, a little bit of damage onto the Tyra here. This scout and play, kind of one scoutable territory. The Chance Felder tossing a dunk HE does reveal his position, but lands the kill on the Infinite. Going a little bit too wild on the chase, and fortunate to stay alive, but Dia picks up that scout and immediately starts using it.
Shane trying to move forward here and into mini. He's a little wary about the approach. 55 seconds left for getting info to get a move on here. Looking around, saying, okay, no one's here, guys. Maybe waving his arm around, saying, come on, let's get going. Let's get a move on. Scorchy looking to cut them off potentially if he looks in from lockers, or maybe even he'll win the fight if he stays where he is, but eventually ends up in towards heaven. Scorchy, ready, waiting, while getting info. Oh, they're surrounding him. Scorchy has to be sharp here. And they clip him with a shot and send him packing away from that angle. This is really bad for Scorchy. And Molotov's not the best for Slump because now he's got to wait it out. But at the same time, 12 seconds left. They have to go.
Gotta get going ASAP here. Quick trades offered up. They've got to figure out a way to get the numbers punched in, and Slump will be able to do just that. Snap also with the reposition. One running out into the open. It's just too difficult, though, to catch a running target. Slump's got to do it all. 1v1 Calamity. Staying mobile, but gets sprayed on down, and Slump gets it right back there with the 3K, and the Force by Wards are going to launch here into Nuke.
I mean, look, we talked about Slump on the rifle and didn't expect him to ever be in this role, given that he's been an opera for the majority of his career. But he goes out and decides to stick with the squad and use the rifle, and he's been very effective. Look at that. I mean, beautiful shot there, and then a nice spray down of Calamity gets the read on him. I mean, that wasn't the easiest situation for him, but he gets the clutch and getting info. Keep the Force by Wars going. Dia. Top of silo. Looking for targets into garage. Tyra with that scout. This time, not going to be able to do anything. And Dia shuts down Scorchley immediately afterwards. So a 5v3 for getting info with plenty of time left on the clock. JS Feltner activates maybe a little too early. Beast gone. Whoa, Dia. I don't know why you're not clearing JS Feltner in that situation. And JS Feltner finds himself a second through the smoke. All right, still alive here, Frank Control. But not for long, it seems, as Calamity gets blindsided by Infinite's ump. JS Feltner. M4A1S in his hands, trying to get an ace here, Cole.
Got a decisive reposition here already. Just 2 more kills to his tally. Heaven's not being watched. And it doesn't clear out the opposite vent, though. So Snav's gonna find himself a nice connection. And that likely will force him to wave the white flag. It's time to scout. Dealt with before things become too problematic. That's crucial there. JS Feltner definitely in a position where he could close it out if he just clears out that angle. But win it a little bit too confidently and trying to deny that plant. Won't be allowed here. Calamity is going to force by the MP9 as he does so often. He's up to his antics again.
Infinite gone. JS Feltner doing the work with the 5.7, so that's a Mac 10 upgrade. Nothing too crazy. MP9 can't get it done close range. Dia with a beautifully placed headshot. And now getting info, utilizing all of this space that they've gained towards outside to their advantage.
Taking full control of hell right now and working their way in towards ramp. Definitely for the best because there's little resistance this side of the map. On towards the B side. Full control of lower can be taken. Beast getting tucked in towards mini. Chain not spotting any targets just yet. And as they slowly walk their way through this round, they're going to find that free real estate on towards that lower side of the map. Interesting utility here from Shane. At least baits out Beast eventually. Just keeps his safe distance. And the numbers will be punched in. JS Feltner, I think it's worth going for some exits. $600 for every kill. Some change and an AK to the floor as well. It's not all that bad here for him. Unless getting info going to move their way up to 4 here. Establish a firm stance on this T side already. Scorchy definitely shock a Dia right there. Anything extra? That shot coming through there as he answered. The AK will be saved from JS Falcon. That's very valuable.
That's something, right? As that'll be able to be dropped for Calamity, who loves to force buy, as you can see from his economy. Always going for that MP9. Or Mac 10, depending on his side. Thought he might be more disciplined, Cole. We were questioning it at the beginning of the series, but his answer was quite swift. He's just like, nah, I'm going in. Scorchy, he's got the AUG. No op, though, but at least the scope will help him out. Scorchy going to be deployed in towards this A site. Getting info. Taking a slower approach here on Nuke than they did on our previous map of play, but not necessarily a surprise.
I think for the best of this round here, if they wanted to speed things up towards A, they would have met 4 players close by. 1 towards Heaven, 2 on the site, and then 1 towards Mini, so... Slow approach working the outer yard. Definitely the big weakness in the defense here, but Tyra shores up the weakness just in time. And sprays down a multi-kill. Felner finds one as well. Tyra doesn't stop delivering towards this outer yard. Another big-time multi-kill from him. Not with the scout this time, doing it with the A1S. DLF last man standing. Just trying to find some exit damage. Timing looking a little bit rough. Spotted out now as well. No further duels present. Dia will move in towards the lower side here. Create any space for himself. Door swing open. Smoke spam looking good on the connection. Has to turn every which way. And overrun by Calamity eventually. They'll give him their second on the board.
Alright, not too shabby there. It's Tyra again, honestly, at the beginning of the round, finding those 2 openers. And, I mean, he was the one to help them get that second round victory, and once more will assist them in getting a second. Did I say second twice? The first round? Whatever. You guys knew what I meant. As it's going to be a Mac 10 and 4 Tech 9s for getting info. They decide not to force up. Just going to go for the half buy, which they feel they can work out. Shane heading in towards vending. Feels like this is leaning towards a ramp hit, which would make sense given the buy-up that they've got in play. Calamity's waiting with the incendiary. Tosses that forward, a flashbang as well. I'm not sure if he gained the information or not that the players were here, but either way, he's just going to toss the util and play it kind of safe. Now they charge out, and they are right for the picking. Tyra with a 3K, another multi-kill round for him. And Calamity will finish off what he started.
Defense they're rolling on out. Calamity, Tyra able to deliver there. Tyra continuing to have his impact in the server there. Another big spray down. I think his kills have come in 3 so far. And for the 3 rounds that In Control have, Tyra has gotten the multis in all of them. Big influence. Here's getting info, get shut down, trying to turn it up to pace. We'll keep that quick play in order. Tyra this time with the AUG. One crossing down successfully. Having to whip out the USP to slow the roll, and mission accomplished. Shane down incredibly low. So is Dia. But they do make it down. Slump is in a position where he can cut off the vent rotate and take some forward-facing angles. So the round definitely coming down to Slump once again. The issue is they don't have good utility. Slump's going to need to find the entry, and Tyra has just found another kill. And when he gets one, usually 2 more follow up. See if that's necessary. There's the other. Calamity now locking it down here. Quick headshots. Tyra might not be necessary for 3 this time because Calamity's got it instead. And those 2 getting loud once again mean In Control are going to break the economy here of getting info.
It's honestly not too bad here for In Control on their CT side. A good recovery, economy broken, as you mentioned, a chance to take the lead here after the way things started. That is pretty solid on their side. Obviously, it's going to get a lot more difficult once the sides switch because Getting Info are very good on their respective CT side. But still, I mean, look, Eagles only with a Glock. So it's a good chance of victory for In Control. And let's not forget, they whiffed on the last round of play. Oh my goodness, on Mirage. And here we go again. And that was only against Glocks. This is even more powerful, technically. Flashbang gonna get tossed. Nade out as well. Slump gone. Good nade toss from JSFL. And this looks like they're getting it back into their favor. And now Infinite, the only one left, and there he goes. So no heroics this time for Getting Info on their eco.
You think it's wild sometimes the decision there is to throw bodies at the problem right there and just start sending players on the aggro when those Deagles show their face towards the outer yard, but in this case it works. They just keep throwing numbers at the problem, and when you're just able to trade things out effectively, and that's all you need, that's a-okay. Right now they're going to have money for the remainder of the half. It's not about sustaining and surviving in these rounds. It's about winning them, closing out as much of an advantage as you can take on the CT side. And there's another one, avoiding the catastrophe of losing to the pistols again. Scorchy able to find an opening with his op as well. You can trust that Tyra's going to have impact. This is a very challenging angle, I will say, but he catches an op out in the wide open. He's going to completely sideline Dia, who's left stunned. Tyra looking for more. Can't find the follow-up on the Slump just yet. Reposition. Smoke spam coming through there. Slump continuing to provide damage, but just can't find the kill.
We've seen a lot of teams put one of the more potent players towards Garage, as Scorchy is going to have the AWP from Heaven, takes care of Snav, or at least that was from Lockers. Slump and Shane last two, and Tyra spots out Slump. Another multi-kill round for Tyra. And what I was going to say was, you know, a lot of teams are favoring putting their riflers in Garage as opposed to their offers, which I guess was the old way of doing things on Nuke. And now you want to have a rifler who's more mobile, and Tyra's just another example of why that works so well. Beast gonna get the last. Shane gone. Getting Info are struggling to find rounds now.
Just flow state right now here for this defense. Piecing these duels up here, 6-4. 5 rounds in a row for In Control. Money reflecting it. Getting Info running out of options. Want to get a little bit more ground before they close out this half. Gonna try it with the text. But again, this start of this round, so eccentric. So much resources put in towards the upper bomb site, and already Beast offering up some damage here. Labored spray, but he eventually finishes off the job, and so awkward to get out of Squeaky right there. Complete shutout. Stia only gets one as well. Getting Info left outside looking in on these T-side rounds. Great transfer coming through from Beast. The flashbang's avoided on the top of the silo, and able to transfer a spray a-okay. It's going to lead In Control to what's looking more and more like a dominant half, especially if they can cap it off with a 7th round in a row to end it off.
Yeah, this has been their best streak of rounds throughout the entire series so far. It bodes fairly well for them on a map where we didn't expect much to come through. Didn't have any type of basis in terms of matches played against ECL competition for them, but they're acquitting themselves quite well. Getting Info. Take a very bold fight. Dia gone. Tyra has been the one, the key piece for In Control that has carried them forward and allowed them to find all the success, and it could indeed be an 8 for them here as Tyra continues to fly high. 15-6. Unbelievable performance here up against the Getting Info squad that don't often find themselves down by such a margin. Infinite, okay. Gets a couple, brings things back within reach, and still has Shane available as well.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Shane going for more right there. Gets shut down before things get too awkward. And the bomb's still down outside. It has no utility. No cover for recovery of this bomb. Gonna have to shoot his way out of this problem. It's not trained. Close by Calamity. Gonna take the duel. He's gonna lose it outright. And in control. Get 7 in a row. Utilizing some of that firepower out of Tyra, out of Calamity. To get them going. And this team surging on the CT side. Does mean that they can offer up some questions here. As to how comfortable getting info should be in this map. They've already done a good job in that. Now can they carry it forward onto their T side here?
I'm going to be honest. I'm surprised they have a, like, I didn't even think that they would get competitive here up against getting info. But they have proven me very wrong, and it's thanks to Tyra's work. And let's not forget JS Feltner and Calamity as well as the supporting cast for him. We go into the pistol round, and it's a lot more important than getting info we're expecting it to be. Looking to climb back from that 4-8 deficit. Snav spotting out the information into ramps. Going to call it for reinforcements. Let his team know what's happening. Into the B site, in control, go. And they have to be either expecting resistance or they're trying to bait the rotations. Either way, they do lose one. Shane poking his head into lobby. The lurk removed.
Taking that lobby control forces them limited options, but that's a huge way to bounce back. They're double dink rolling out a beast. They hear the footsteps rattling off towards lobby. One in between them though slumped. The dual Berettas have them in a sandwich. They break the top part off the bun there and find their way into a feast on this A bomb site. Snav on the scene as well. Try and find a double swing quickly. They got to do it in time though because Snav's already moving. Can't connect the shots though, and in control. Take a 9th round now, winning the pistol despite the 4v5 advantage. Shane finding this kill, dealing with Tyra on the lurk so early on. And then the dual Berettas that are trying to fire up right there. Only one of them finds impact, the other completely nullified.
That's wild. And I mean, look, maybe it's not entirely surprising and control threatening for a map. Let's not forget they did win against M80 on Mirage 13-11. But this is quickly getting out of hand for getting info. Getting outplayed. Pistols only. They don't opt for the force buy. They want the rifles out as soon as possible. That's where they see their advantage coming through here, Cole.
Understandably so. Gotta trust that they can win in the firepower game, that they can win in the mechanics, but right now it looks like Tyra and Calamity, JS Feldner for that matter, being the players that can be the difference maker. Tyra in that first half completely controlling things there. Almost goes down to the USP there, but able to sustain, find the opener. Now Snav on the hunt, trying to flush out Tyra. He's now getting back up. The danger zone. Zeus in play. There's a kill. Can't afford to give these rounds up. That's one thing I know for a fact. And the Zeus is scaring me. Ah! Jumps over it. That's one way to handle the Zeus right there. It's like a little jump rope. A deadly jump rope, that is. And in control. Nice and agile.
Alright. Now, on to the rifles. Getting info. Don't have enough for the AWP, so Dia's gonna go for the A1S. Technically, maybe they did. If he goes for glass cannon. Anyway, JS Feltner's gonna get the PrizePicks check mark. More than 27.5 frags on his side. We'll see what Dia can do with the rifle here from Garage. Nade sails in, but doesn't really break the smoke, nor does it do any damage. It's a bit of a whiff for Dia on the util. Spam goes through, slump, continuing to do so as well. They have one nade remaining, but they don't want to utilize it here. Shane over towards ramp actually didn't have a chance to utilize it, but hangs on to that nade for now. And Control, in the meantime, are going to grab control of Secret.
We'll be able to walk it down here. And there's no rotates. There's no help coming. There is utility as well to nullify the ramp rotate. I mean, I am already seeing a huge challenge in this round. So now he's going to risk going down the vents. Shane delivers an important one here, and Calamity gets nothing. At least distracts and sets up JS Feldner, but this is going to speed up the retake on the lower side. They know there's a lurking presence. It's just Tyra. And he goes down 1 for 1. JS Feldner going to be arriving a little late to the party. And will be dealt with. So getting info, able to spring into action in time. And bail them out of a tricky situation.
Alright, well, Getting Info do find their 5th. They get a couple of AK upgrades out of that round. That's going to bolster their defense by a decent amount. You see Shane and Slump coming into the action. Snav getting that flank onto Tara, who's created so many headaches for Getting Info at this stage. Shane will hit that PrizePicks check mark as well with more than 28.5 frags. And this is something that we'll probably continue to see as we're getting deeper and deeper into this map of Nuke. A lot of rounds potentially left to be played, especially if Getting Info are able to mount this comeback. Feltner winning with Tech 9, but everyone else have still got rifles for end control.
This could be the start of Getting Info climbing up the hill on the CT side. More to do, and I already like the round that In Control put together last round, and a loss. Taking out a yard control and being able to avoid and deny any sort of rotate from Getting Info, not even deny, but just not really taking enough contact there. Slump is able to deal with the mini prong there. Finds the follow-up as well. This one not as successful. Getting nowhere fast. A complete shutdown, and that's going to be a catalyst here for Getting Info trying to get back into the mix here.
I mean, that's the type of rounds, those are the type of rounds we were seeing on Mirage when Getting Info started to dominate, so for sure that'll spark them thinking, okay, we can do that a few more times. And not to mention that on the side of In Control, the money situation is not that great, so we're going to go for the half buy, a scout in the mix in Tyra's hands, of course. A mixture of pistols and SMGs. Tyra with the scout looks towards outside this time. Cannot really connect with much. But
he is crouching and tapping.
Yeah.
With the AK.
I was gonna say, you know, you may not want to make yourself a ripe target again for that scout.
Yeah, this time a little bit more mobility. Scout tag, land, and the bag coming through.
Oh my God.
Calamity sprung in. And it just sprays them all down as the distractions offered up towards the outer yard. Now Tyra needs to summon some of those headshots. Bomb recovered. He's got a little bit of time to think this one through. Shane's trying to keep him contained. As the flank is wrapping this round up. It should catch it by surprise, and it does. Doesn't expect Infinite to come through and finish things off from the outer yard. So Getting Info, find a 7th, but Calamity finding that amount of success with the MAC-10. That's why he buys it every round. Always a bit of a shock to the system, and there it goes again. Doing some damage there, but gonna keep the buys up, gonna keep the investments out. It's another pretty scrappy purchase from In Control.
Alright, In Control trying to speed up the pace here, going in towards vents. One player slipped down. I don't know if Getting Info are aware of this. Tyra watching into ramp. Oh, Shane with his knife out gets caught off. There's a free upgrade for Tyra and an opening frag into the round. Now he's going to call his teammates over and say, hey, B site's clear. Join up with me and we'll get this bomb planted. Getting Info trying to regain the space. Slump almost gets caught with his pants down, but Tyra will get figured out and fragged out. 4v4, that's the big piece off the board, but you still got JS Feltner and Calamity to worry about. There goes Calamity, but JS Feltner is able to collect.
And Infinite finding success as well. Door swings open and trades found before they can even get the numbers punched in. So I'm going for a 3K. And this is the kill that starts it all off. Tyra, some big time impact, and honestly a duel that I think, how heated up Tyra's been so far, feels like a kill every day of the week for him, but just couldn't quite find it in time. That's really quick reactions coming through from Slump on the rotate. At the bomb plant, it's another Tech 9 Mac 10 purchase. Rolling out once again. In control. Finding themselves a victim of the ways here. And a great op shot from Dia to open things up. A lot of damage here. The rifle's doing the rest. And Tyra left with a classic dive there. Dia's not fooled by it whatsoever. And it's 9 rounds quickly offered up from getting info.
It's just like cold, calculated BM right there for Dia as he's talking. He's just shooting the body like, yeah.
No smiles, just natural instinct.
Exactly. It's muscle memory at this stage for Dia. 9th picked up, and there's that recovery for getting info. 5 rounds in a row. Looking to make it 6 to tie things up. Definitely within reach now for them. End this one at 2-0. Nice nades being tossed. Tyra and Scorcher just going for a bit of a boost. And look at the aggression coming through. Slump sails on forward, even though he's blinded by his teammate's flash. It doesn't matter. Dia burning that Molotov longer than I think he wanted to, but either way, the smoke gets tossed. And he spots out Tyra. Okay.
Oh no. He still spots out a player on top of Marsh as well. Looking for the headshot there. JS Feldner's got to play a game of deadly dodge bullet. So far so good, but Dia's still holding on to the space. He can't do it forever, surely. He's got to either find this kill or try and find safety. And at some point, you expect him to fall. Beast also has a full belt of utility if he ever wants to throw that at him. But Calamity walks out A. Now you're finally seeing that utility flush Dia out. He's able to stay alive, though. JS Felder misses his drop.
Oh, no.
50 damage taken off the back of that, and Dia able to stay alive, distracting so well for his team to get involved. That is so infuriating.
Oh. It absolutely has to be. I mean, look, it felt like maybe there was an opportunity there for In Control, but they missed the jump, and because of that, it's just all the information that getting info could possibly want, not to mention, you know, even more of an HP advantage. What a shame for In Control, but getting info are going to grab that 6th round in a row and pull us back to even numbers, 10 to 10. In Control, anything but at this stage. 4 techs and a Mac 10. Shane's could have gotten overloaded there. Actually, it's a really good move for him to back off. Dia's watching with the AWP. And Shane just trying to get into cover. They're really trying to get hot in this tail. Very well done from In Control to ensure that he can't have any impact. Snap opens decon door. Gets the nade ready to be tossed onto the bomb planter, and that does a ton of damage, but Snap takes some of his own. Dia tries to take up that space with the AWP and help out his squad with a frag. Slump will do that though, and then Dia with the nade connects onto Beast. Just an underhand toss, and all the frags suddenly flood on through, and the round is over.
That feels so good for Shane right there. That's one of those sinking feelings where he's been doing his job all game right there, and the one time that you falter, just almost due to him missing that jump into the window instantly, that creates enough time for them to follow in his footsteps, and then the rest of your team immediately shores it up and closes it out. Not a single player drops besides Shane. That's a lot of trust in your teammates right there that is delivered on, and Slump with some of that trust on a map that seems like a bit of a specialty for him. He's gonna find himself a PrizePicks check mark. Doing phenomenal work for his squad. Getting info, take the lead now. Before the guns come back out once again here for In Control. See what's next. The calls have been feeling a little bit one-dimensional in a certain sense.
Yeah.
work towards the outer yard, getting shut down. They've been really trying to fight out and surprise on the A side.
I think the problem also is that getting info is applying so much pressure that they feel panicked, and that's why the calls become so one-dimensional. And, well, they're going to try and charge into A. The players here, they have to win some fights, and Infinite's going to win a couple. Well, they do get 2 back. Infinite's in such a good spot, along with the support from Dia, that he puts in control in a 1v2 clutch. Scorchy, and he gets flanked out. Shane takes care of business, and again, that's what I was talking about, that aggression. You know, there's very little breathing room for in control, and getting info are suffocating them.
Yeah, they're getting suffocated inside their smoke right there.
Yep.
They are getting blocked, and they're just gray screen. They don't know where they're going, so that doorway is such a tight chokehold. You know, sometimes on their minimap, you think you can fly right through it. Instead, they just get blocked, and they end up coming out of the smoke one by one. Infinite pieces them up. Calamity, though, I mentioned that he can be a bit of a boomer bust player for this end control. Right now on Nuke, he is knocking down some big-time kills, and he got the PrizePicks check mark. Troubles fast towards the outer yard. Flashbang not quite landed effectively. Infinite will cut one off, though, before things get too far out of control, and flying by in the aggression is Snav to ensure that they walk away with the man advantage. Dia also rotating down in towards Secret, so he's already on the scene here as JS Feldner scales up towards Heaven. Vulnerability that should be able to be called out here by getting info. We'll see if there's due diligence. As you can see, there certainly is. Now with a 50 damage HE on the JS Feldner. He might be tapped out from Heaven, though, if he's not careful. There's a fight coming through there. Snav finding himself a multi. Does deal with JS Feldner in the Heavens. Still have Shane on the defense of this ramp side, having to cover it off from a different angle, and Shane goes for the finishing blow. Will deliver it, getting info, stampede their way through that CT side. Despite losing the pistol, they still close things out with a crazy sweep of rounds afterwards.
That was 10-4 in favor of in control, and then getting info, run it back for 9 in a row, and end the series 2-0. I mean, it's kind of, I don't want to say it was expected, but we knew that getting info really good in their CT side of Nuke, and that it was going to be difficult for end control to deal with, and that was absolutely the case. So getting info, they move on to tomorrow, and in control, they're out of here. See you later. Maybe next time here on the PrizePicks NA Revival series. Look, it's been an interesting. Let's bring up the bracket actually, perhaps, so we can talk about the teams that are moving on and which ones are not. I mean, we can already mention it. Wildcard, yeah, Wildcard advanced over Barry Picker. And then you had Boss winning that one, which we saw, of course, and Marsborn over Fisher College. I'm curious about the scoreline there. By the way, guys, we're going to get the numbers from the PrizePicks frag estimates in just a little bit, but we're just looking at these other matches. But did you happen to catch that scoreline for the Fisher College match?
It was 13-10, 13-3, so pretty one-sided for Marsborn this time around. It was back-to-back 13-7s for the last time that Fisher College played up against them, but this time, hey, some of the Europeans are not quite doing as well as last time. Their Corn's still doing some good work in that matchup, but looks like they had a tough time this time around, which is understandable. Marsborn's a team of high caliber. They're a team that expectations should be honestly that they make it to the grand final, that they can contend for these titles. I mean, obviously getting info in the mix as well. But that's kind of the caliber that Marsborn come into it. I think all 4 of these teams left are all title contenders for these events. So definitely looking like they can make it happen.
I think Wildcard, the interesting thing for them is like it's a team that were looking like they weren't going to make the major, and then now they're in a major position, which is fantastic for them. Just having gotten Fuzi and Fiku, I like the roster now for Wildcard. I think Fiku is a good player. A lot of people are negative about that. No, I think that's fine. I think he'll fill the role that Sonic was in a very good way. Even though Sonic's a great player, he joins up with NRG and makes them better, and overall both teams get better because of this whole exchange. But at the end of it, I think Wildcard, my point is, are the favorite to take it all here. And I think you kind of expect them to because of what they've built up over the last little bit. It's such a day and night look, right? Compared to what we saw before and what we're seeing now from this squad, just with having Fuzi added back into that opping role. He really does change the game.
Yeah, I mean he's just a game wrecker, right? His opping is so it has such a high ceiling in terms of the way that he repeaks into angles, the way that he takes duels. He always looked like he was comfortable in CS2, and as he continues to play on it, it continues to build, right? Wherever he goes, it seems like he's a winner. So
Yeah.
that's a really exciting prospect that Wildcard didn't completely blunder it, to be honest with you,
Yeah.
that they're able to land on their feet and pick him up and keep him here. Again, that was such a devastating loss for that team that I was kind of lost on them, and all the roster moves that they made. But it's rare to see a team be able to reverse the kind of devastating moves that they made. They were able to do it in some form or fashion. I'm with you. I like Fiku. He's a good player. I think underneath
Yes.
Stan, he will have himself more opportunities. It was so long on OG that I think he lost a lot of the luster that he had before he joined.
No, I agree. And I feel like even on OG, he had his moments. He was still a good player, just not as strong as you'd seen him before. And I think
Hmm.
definitely he could give something really powerful here to this wild card roster, especially, going to the major. It's only a short-term contract, in his words, for this squad, but still, I think that he's absolutely someone that you're going to look towards to help them have a good run. Oh, excuse me, help them have a good run at the major. Anyway, let's get those numbers up. I think we should have them ready now for these two squads to see those prize picks. Oh, they're not ready yet. I just heard in my ear, guys. So we're gonna keep talking a little bit more about tomorrow's action. But yeah, I think it's gonna be Boss having their hands full for sure up against that wild card roster. Can they win? Yeah, I think so. But the odds are much lower with Fuzi back and Fiku in the mix than they were before.
Yeah, it has to feel like such a relief for this squad. Getting back into the mix here, getting back into like form that you can hop into with players that you're comfortable with. Did feel like they were eager for some changes in terms of dealing with some of the roster moves. With Sonic out there, obviously I think Sonic's a tough player to replace. I really liked what he brought to this team, but
Yeah.
going for an NA core, being able to capture that was important for the organization, and understandably so. It's a shrewd move. It's a smart play. Peeping's a very versatile player, so I like what they're building. I like the future proofing of this roster. Even though Fiku has a lot of experience at a high level, he's 22 years old, by the way. So one of the younger players on this squad. You have a whole lot ahead of you, led by Stan. I do think Boss are gonna have the handfuls tomorrow. I think wild card for me gonna be the favorites for this event and try and get back into the form that they started off these events with, right? I mean, we
Right.
remember them coming into the mix here
Yes.
out of the gates and using these events as a springboard, even though their players were still in Europe, to get into the NA action and really offer up that success.
No question. I agree with you. Like this was a squad when Fuzi and Suspa joined up playing from Sweden. They ended up winning the Revival series. So I mean that was something that impressed us immensely. And then everything started, well, not right, and then it went wrong. They had a really nice run. They went to the major. It was looking good. They were improving. Then their second major appearance didn't necessarily go as well as they wanted it to. So that triggered a slew of weird changes and over management of the team. Finally, somehow we end up where we need to be with this squad, and I feel like the management just have to take a bit of more of a hands-off approach, and that it's rare that they real that the realization, like you said, happens and they are able to make that adjustment and salvage things to such a significant degree. Like going from not making a major to making a major is a huge jump, honestly, for them. So I'm excited to see what Wildcard's going to do, especially when we cover them tomorrow up against Boss.
Yeah, it was the perfect storm of what I felt like was a collapse in terms of the management decision, but also there was some external factors that you have to think about, like VRS changing things up. They did that weird loophole where they could be considered an NA team with that sub that they had with Stewie, the one event before the cutoff. So that's how they kind of stayed as an NA core for the NA VRS, which was honestly a smart move from them. If you're talking about like an organization that they have the priority of making the majors. Their priority, obviously, still making the major if you want like a good return on your investment. So, Wildcard doing that by getting an NA core and sticking here and making sure that they can work within the confines, because that is a big question mark, right? I think they 100% had to make some changes because of the VRS, and I don't know if they even wanted to. If they could have kept working with that roster, even though it was a bad result at the major, would you have wanted to stay with that team long term? If it didn't if your hands weren't forced, I guess. So that's obviously a question that I have for that team long term. But I do think they've answered the question nicely with Peeping, Fiku, and now Fosi coming back.
Yeah, no question. And then on the other side, we have this getting info squad that's going to be facing off against, jog my memory here, Cole. Marsborn, right?
Oh
Yeah,
my gosh, yeah.
Marsborn. Sorry, it's getting late.
It's
So yeah,
okay.
yeah, Marsborn up against getting info. That one actually should be extremely competitive. I think that Marsborn squad, while it's gone through a few changes, they're still looking like a team that can go toe to toe with all of the ECL teams. And, even getting info today, you saw some question marks against In Control. They lost Markey now, and Markey's next destination is still unknown. But at the same time, that is a hit, no matter which way you slice it. Losing a player like Markey is not something that's going to be easy to adapt to.
Yeah, I think Markey obviously is a incredible lurking presence in the server. I think it's rare to see him make mistakes. Maybe not rare to see him make mistakes. I think he's willing to just go for a lot of plays that not a lot of other lurks are going to do. He's not, a super passive guy. He's going to make those active moves. Especially you see it in that T side of Nuke. I think one of the biggest strengths for getting info is how he works through Squeaky and his timings that he's able to pull and push on there. I always think he's one of the better like lurking presences towards lobby that you have on this team. Getting info had a lot of troubles on that T side to really lift off outside of, getting that pistol round, getting the follow up, rather getting ecoed in the follow up than putting it into the force by wars. Those were three of the rounds out of the four that they got. And then outside of that, we saw In Control take 7 rounds in a row to close off the half when they got rifles out. And a lot of those rounds weren't close. So Marky's a tough player to replace. We're seeing a little bit of a glimpse as to some of the adjustments that getting info are going to need to do here to get more comfortable with this new roster and getting Infinite involved.
Yeah, and I mean, Infinite, I think just straight up taking Marky's role at this stage. I don't know
Did
if
look like
it's,
it, yeah.
yeah, it looked like it, honestly. So I give Marky the advantage in the lurk role over Infinite, to be honest with you. So I feel like that's going to be, and the anchors positions as well. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see tomorrow because Infinite hasn't played for a while. There's certainly some rust as a factor for sure, and not entirely certain that he's a permanent replacement here for getting info. This could just simply be temporary. Although he's dabbled within professional Counter Strike 2 since it started. Just like he took almost this entire year off, or not sure that was by choice. Anyway. Let's jump into the PrizePicks stats now. And we've got, look, Dia was so close to picking up that check mark, right? One frag away, and he had it. But if you look at the rest, Shane on 38 absolutely crushed it. Looked fantastic on Mirage. And Slump and Snav also getting their check marks. So everyone that had a PrizePicks frag estimate except for Dia hit it, excuse me.
Yeah, pretty much there, right? For Dia, so incredibly close there, that 0.5, doing a lot. And at the end of the day, I keep on harping on it, but it always feels like no matter what the number is, Shane's numbers are going to be a little bit low. Here's another good performance coming through from him to deliver up against the In Control squad. He's just a constant multi-killer, so I think his numbers always going to be low. It's all about the roles that he plays, though, that sometimes don't lead to the best most explosive stats. I do think that maybe with the new rating system, we're probably going to see him get buffed by this. I'd have to imagine because the impact is tangible. You can see it in the server, and I think that's kind of what HLTV is trying to reflect in their numbers as well. Meanwhile, for the In Control camp, Tyra looking like an absolute beast. I was so impressed with what he was able to do there with the multi kills on the defense, and even on that T side having some impact here and there.
I think for me, we should give credit to to In Control a little bit. Maybe we didn't in regulate, non-regulate, during that map of Nuke because of how good that comeback was, on the side of getting info. But these guys hit frag estimates that felt like they weren't going to be achieved, right? Because of how dominant getting info have been up against teams like In Control. But yeah, JS Feltner managed to get the estimate. Tyra hits his prize pick check mark. Sorry, not Tyra, almost Tyra 1 away, even though he played a very nice map of Nuke. And then Calamity also getting the check mark as well. So, I mean, great job by In Control to stay competitive, which in itself is an achievement for them. And I think they can take this one as a very big learning lesson moving forward up against future ECL teams. And it's this type of experience that you need so that once you get to a point where you're going to need to close out these types of maps, you'll be able to. You'll have, this to fall back on and say, okay, what did we do wrong here? And how do we change that going forward, right?
Yeah, you're gonna really want to capitalize on some of those moments if you're talking about In Control. I think you have a great CT side with a lot of momentum heading into that second half. You get the pistol in the second half as well. You just got to start to get those gun rounds flowing, and maybe that comes through as a bit of a lack of depth, maybe a wake up call with getting info, showing their firepower. And I still feel like the strat book for In Control is a little bit shallow. The T side calls were super, one dimensional. They were off spawn, a lot of, early targets. Even on Mirage, it was, hit A on a contact play. They were effective in some cases there on Mirage as well, but just still felt like they struggled to have that depth. And that obviously got right into by getting info for some pretty big strings of rounds for the CT side.
Yeah, and also the aggression. They read into the plays so well that they were comfortable going aggressive from ramp, for example, and outside. So that, even though In Control might have had a plan on the board, they can't even think about a plan B, right? Like they can't even adjust themselves in the mid round because of how much pressure getting info is applying. Anyway, look, they've got a lot to think about and they're not going to be in the picture tomorrow. We've already got our 4 teams. We've broken it down. So guys, we are going to sign off for today. Before we do though, we of course have to say our thank you to the one and only PrizePicks for making this possible. And of course, the NA Revival Series is sponsored by PrizePicks. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat projections to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity to host the NA Revival Series. Guys, we are signing off for now, but don't forget to tune in tomorrow afternoon. We've got the semifinals and the grand finals coming at you. See you then.